was wrong is too left feet. You came in here trying to defend
So we lied.
How did I try to defend him?
Right. You want to try to
so what?
Go ahead. Go ahead so you can embarrass yourself. How did I try to defend
No, because what you were saying was like, oh, it's a choice, and then it's a choice, but in different capacities. But then you ended up saying, in order to go to other different countries, you're forced to take the vaccine.
Actually, that's not what I said.
Hold on, sister.
You are straw man.
Just picking and choosing. Hey, ho. I'm letting you know y'all live. Hey, Chef.
Oh, that's fine.
Joe. Welcome to Monday Night Madness. Go ahead, Chef. Start it off, man.
Yeah. Monday Night Madness. We back in effect. It's a carryover show. We had a couple topics that got a little bit heated, but we didn't want to run those topics over the current topic because we was dealing with a specific issue. So, you know what I mean? We got a couple topics that we're going to deal with, and it's going to be straight fire Monday Night Madness. We got my man God Killer West in the building. We got I'm Sosa. We got In the Cube. We got my girl CK the Poet. And now he's quiet, but he's on everything. Trust me. But we back, y'all. What's popping?
Man, about to let Cube and CK great beat Cube up because he don't know who he messing with right now. Yeah, the one thing she don't do is give me a damn pass. That's for sure. I ain't never said, I'd be like begging for a pass from CK. So I get no passes around here. I said what I said. We talked about the choice thing. I think Chef understood what I was saying, but he felt like we should use different words. Whatever. Okay, so whatever. And whatever you're going to do, Cube. How you doing, Cube? What's good with you, Cube? Monday Night Madness.
Oh, yeah, man. I'm in there like swimwear, and I'm just trying to chill. You know, sometimes I get a little bit rowdy, but it's not due to the people I'm facing. It's due to the poor information and the lack thereof. So we deal with that accordingly. And yeah, man, I rocks with all of y'all. And remember, man, we're on the same team. Don't ever forget that.
Yeah, fact. So I like the way you mix it up, yo. It's all good, yo. Yeah. Go ahead, though, Chef. What you need? Because you know I'm out.
Oh no, we good. Yeah. So we were talking about Cube had brought up choice, and a couple of people on the panel agreed that the slavery that African Americans went through in the Western Hemisphere was a choice. Now, my contention is no way should we ever call slavery a choice, right? Because if it was a choice, then it wouldn't have been guns. They wouldn't have had to use chains. And then the legal aspect of it. It was legal, meaning you under the law, right? You were assigned to the status of slavery. So I just mentioned 3 different ways where it wasn't a choice for the African to be a slave. So to actually keep calling it choice by some type of mental construct saying, well, it was ones that fought. Yes, definitely. There was always people that fought, no matter what. So, but that doesn't mean that slavery wasn't forced upon the people. But we can get into it a little bit deeper, but definitely.
Yeah, I never thought it wasn't forced. I didn't mean by that. Yeah, not at all. I didn't say that. No, of course it was forced on you, right? So things are forced on you, but then after something's forced on you, there's some decisions that need to be made. Like me and Sosa watched this daggone documentary on the Japanese. And so when they were surrounded, what did they do, Sosa? What was their choice they made? It was a cultural choice they made, right?
Siku.
Yeah.
The ritual suicide.
Yeah, they went in. I mean, I wouldn't have made that choice. I just capture me. But I guess they was figuring I might have, at that point, I don't know. I guess they was going to kill him anyway. I don't know. But yeah, they did that. Remember, they made those, the Japanese made those planes that the wheels couldn't open up. So when you jumped in that motherfucker, that was what it was. Yeah, you ain't landing back on this aircraft carrier. right? You're gonna hit that, you're gonna run into that daggone aircraft carrier of the United States once you leave. And so, the slavery, it was forced upon us. I'm not saying it wasn't, but it was some tribes that fought to the death in Africa. Yeah, they had to drag them off. You got Nzinga, she refused to succumb to slavery. She fought against the Belgium and the French. She fought against two warring factions. I think it was the Germans she fought against all of them. That nation didn't. Some nations, were a little more less warrior. They didn't have the fighting thing, so they chose to manipulate their way. Right? So it's always just like in jail. So y'all actually think you got a choice. I'm saying even in prison, I'm gonna hit you with this. Even in prison, you got a choice whether you want to stand or not. There's plenty of people that escape from prison, bro. There you go. I don't want to be that person because I don't want to do the extra time. But you got people, when the police pull you over, you got a choice to break out. You know what I'm saying? Like we already made the circles I traveled in, we had already made our choice that we wasn't running. We're gonna handle it in court. But I know other dudes were like, if I get caught, I'm a 3-time loser, I'm banging it out. So I already know when I'm with this individual that he gonna bang it out. That's the choices he's making. So I'm saying slavery is no other different than the person coming with handcuffs to lock you. It's the same type of feeling, bro, when somebody coming for you. So you can, I chose to live and play another day. Some people chose to handle it right then and there. I don't know, man. I just don't like to take away our choices. I think that, African people have always had choices. How about Martin Luther King and them? How about leading up to Martin Luther King and them? They were choosing not to use the law like that, right? All of a sudden, a grand idea came. Martin Luther King, I'm going to use this idea that Gandhi did, the nonviolent approach. We're going to stand there and make a choice not to get hit in the head with a bottle. We're not going to fight back. That was a choice. Some people refuse. Some people use the white bathroom. We said that we watched Hidden Figures, right? She was like, man, I got to use the bathroom, man. So, look, man, but go ahead, Sosa. I'm gonna let you finish. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying, but there's levels though. You know what I'm saying? Like right now I'm about to eat. I can eat with a fork or I can eat with a spoon. Okay. You see what I'm saying? Now that's a choice, but as you go up the levels, I think the point the chef was making is like, that's just probably not a good term to use.
Why not?
Based on the level. You know what I'm saying? When like if I put a gun to your head and say, look, you could jump off the Empire State Building, I'm gonna blow your brains out, and you choose to jump off the Empire State Building, I mean, yeah, you made a choice not to get your brains blown out, but what other options I give you? You know what I'm saying? It's death or death. You know what I'm saying? Like that, it's a little different. And even the people that fought against slavery, they themselves, got enslaved. You know what I'm saying? Even the people that resisted with all their might, they were taken as prisoners and enslaved.
I agree.
So their choice was taken away, huh?
And even Queen Nzinga.
They the same people tried to escape.
Yeah, but their choice was taken away. They were slaves.
Queen Nzinga sold slaves, bro. Queen Nzinga sold slaves too.
Right. Their status was still slave. Whether you fought, whether you resisted, whether you ran away, your status was still a slave. You get that? There's no choice in that. That's who you are in this society. You were a slave. There was no choice in that. How do you keep saying that?
Even if people
hold on. Some people didn't accept that mentality as being a slave.
Whether you accept it or not, that's what
you was.
Nah, you don't have a.
That's the point. You don't have a choice.
That's not the truth. You have a choice whether to be. When people get locked up. Listen, bro. When people get locked up, you have a choice whether you want to be institutionalized, brother, mentally.
No, that's
it's a mental choice.
What?
Mental choice. Whether you're listen. People
don't let undo that. Don't do that.
He missing it on purpose.
Don't do that.
I'm trying to tell you that you at no point. First of all, we wasn't slaves. We was kidnapped victims. First of all, so we don't have to keep acting like we was something. We was that. No. It's all right here. Your choices take place.
No, it don't have nothing to do with your mental.
Yes, it
does.
Are
you crazy?
It has all to do with your mental, bro.
No, so look, a gun, chains, right, and a legal apparatus that's binding. So they bonded you physically, right? Compelled you with weapons, right?
Yeah.
And they had the legal apparatus that gave you a status. What was the choice? What listen, if this document, right, of the land says that you and your kind are slaves, that is your status. These people, they are free. So could the free people, was they making a choice to be free or slaves? No, that was just their fucking status in the society. They were free men. White people were free. You get that? It wasn't a choice. It was something bequeathed unto them by the goddamn the laws of the society. Slavery was something bequeathed on you by the laws of the society. You had no choice in that.
Okay, so
use a better word, Joe.
Maybe we saying
you're smart enough for that.
Maybe we saying two different things, but I can recall the abolitionist movement fighting against slavery.
The abolitionists were who?
Black people and white people.
No, the be real.
I'm real. What are you talking about?
No, the abolition.
Oh, let me bring Rob Bourne on here.
Listen,
no,
okay, fine, but even the
Oh,
black people that was so-called free, right? They didn't even have the same legal status as the white person.
You're completely correct.
Yeah, no, because it's the whole legality that's involved in it.
I know, but and then we got to the point where we changed the legality of it.
Who changed it?
Black people fought to get those laws changed. It's called the aboriginal movement, bro. The abolitional movement. It was black people dedicated to stopping slavery. Y'all tripping right now. But next,
yes.
Next. Go ahead, Adrian.
You're correct.
Go ahead, Adrian.
You're correct. Okay. We got to know a little bit about the abolitionist movement a bit. The black abolitionists, they were the ones to really, how should I say, really force the issue of ending slavery. You had black people like Henry Highland Garnet.
How could they do it? While they was enslaved. Poor Africans. They had no choice.
Poor Africans.
Our finest
but those black abolitionists, though, even though the status was different, they were free.
Africans who escaped usually. Those are our finest abolitionists.
Oh, they escaped, huh? Now go ahead, Adrian, make your point, Adrian. I didn't know they escaped from what, Adrian?
Escaped from bondage. Same as Frederick Douglass. Same as Frederick Douglass. Same as Henry Highland Garnet. Same as David Walker.
Wait a minute. Was they enslaved though?
Yes.
Was they parents enslaved?
Yes.
They decided to do what?
They decided to escape and write substantial literature that is still being read today.
All right, I'm done. Go. You keep telling.
Adrian, you're on a slave plantation, right? You're a father.
Here we go.
Right? You're a father.
I think
right?
everybody had the opportunity to do what those individuals were able to accomplish.
Well, it's different.
Hold on before y'all just jump and start going sideways. Hold on, Adrian. You're a father on a plantation, right? You have a wife. You have 2 kids. Okay. During the course of your day, you end up in an area where you can flee. Now, do you think so would you consider it a choice? You have the option to run away, knowing that the masters were going to do harm to your wife and kids, or stay.
Well, this is the thing that I usually say when it comes to stuff like this. I don't know what my ancestors would have done because
no, I said you.
That's a whole different. No. As I'm saying again, I don't know because I was never put in a situation like that.
You put yourself in it hypothetically. I'm saying you are that slave. You don't got to go back we don't got to read a history book. You're in that situation right now. What would you consider that a choice if that was you hypothetically?
Well, if I also look at the area and the majority of the people that were on the plantation outnumbered the slave masters, then probably I would escape. I mean, Harriet Tubman escaped multiple times and left her husband. Harriet Tubman left multiple times and left her husband. So I mean, it really.
So you would leave. So you would leave your wife and your kids.
Harriet Tubman did the same thing. So yeah.
Asking you.
Harriet Tubman did the same. Harriet Tubman did the same thing.
So basically, the answer to your question, Sosa, is no, because he keeps referring to what other people did, not necessarily.
I said yes.
Also, you would leave your children?
Yes.
Wow.
Okay. I mean, everybody's not that strong. You know, some people, they just don't know what would happen to them, you know, while they're gone.
If you call that strong, but some people may disagree with that statement. But go ahead.
I ain't disagreeing with none of that. If you're strong or weak, I'm not judging whether the choices were strong or weak. I'm saying everybody make a choice for their family. I mean, and we look up the word choice, like whatever word we're gonna fucking use here. Y'all keep making it seem like it's a negative thing to say we had choices. Y'all make it seem like, how is that negative, yo?
Because it's not a choice.
It is.
So how? If the law, listen.
We changed the law, yo.
Listen, who you keep saying we changed the law?
We did, yo. We fought to change the law. At no point did African people succumb to the slave trade. And I'm tired of hearing that.
That's a myth.
All the time, yo. What's a myth, bro?
In the Caribbean islands, it was the same thing.
Yeah, man, I hate that. I hate that narrative. Yo, teach my kids. Yo,
slavery wasn't profitable no more. It ended.
We fought on the boats.
As long as it was profitable, it was going to keep going on. As long as the profit outweigh. Listen, you said Queen and Zinga.
Slavery is still going on today. So for some people, it's still profitable.
It's still profitable, so it still goes on.
I think mentioned the threat was probably more than they were willing to handle. Like when you got slaves in the Caribbean, you know, killing all white people to take over a whole country, that may play a role some years later in whether you want to continue holding slaves with the potential for something like that to happen again, but in the United States where you are outnumbered by your slaves.
So
you might start thinking twice.
So keeps mentioning Africans who fought against Europeans, right? No, and you mentioned Africans on the continent that fought against Europeans.
Yeah, never got It never get like the Marcy.
No. See, you mixing that up. That don't even listen. When
Marcy sold slaves too. Marcy sold slaves too.
Yeah, these people were these people were trade partners with Europeans, right? And when they fought, sometimes their families was taken into slavery. We have cases of that. Meaning, even though you fought, right? Once you lost, you were put into slavery. Meaning you don't have a choice. Where's the choice in that?
Run, my nigga. You can always run, my nigga. What do you mean?
You keep saying like an individual choosing to run is not the choice of being a slave. Man, you got the apparatus. Your legal term is a slave. What that mean? You don't have a choice in that.
All right, go ahead, Sean.
Sean. What's up, Sean?
Check what up? Whatever.
Also, don't forget people like to live.
Hey, Sean, appreciate that work you doing, man. Make sure y'all right now, man, y'all subscribe to the song with to the signs from Sean.
We already on it.
Yeah, everybody get on that, man. Stop playing, man. Everybody get on that shit. Sean, I just appreciate that work you doing, man. I can't wait till that book come out on coronavirus. What's the title of the new book, brother?
What SARS-CoV-2 taught me.
Yep, got you. And we also got KANYE in the damn building, man. Man, he got a new channel too. What's the new channel, bro? You talking about sports and stuff. What you got?
Oh, yeah. This is KANYE. This is KANYE, just a little sports channel, something, you know. It's gonna be really sports and cars for the most part. So I'm trying to build it up right now.
We're gonna build it up. Need that diversity, yo. So go ahead, Sean. Speak on the subject, yo. Go ahead. Remember this Monday Night Madness. Go ahead, Sean.
So let me just say this. Slavery was not a choice. Slavery was forced. Your body became bondage. No matter even if you ran, you still could be captured and re-enslaved.
That was your
And I'm
status.
speaking specifically in America.
Right.
Stick to Darwinism on this topic. His Monday Night Madness is absolutely correct. So I can say stick to Darwinism because you arguing like Kanye West, you're gonna end up like Kanye West. Dropping out of college and leaving a black woman for a white girl. It's gonna be you.
Dang,
On
I'm
this
gonna
subject
throw that. I'm throwing the flag, yellow flag, and Monday Night Madness. Damn, I'm a married white woman.
Calling the people's status in a society a choice. Like that. He's negating the whole legality around what slavery, you know what I mean, entails.
Chef, I like the way you switched it up. I like the way you switched it up.
It became a choice. It became a choice. Okay, it became a choice when people began to flee because you had people that set up institutions like the Underground Railroad and things of that nature to get away. But prior to that, it was not a choice. You know what I'm saying? It took a whole lot to even get to the point of an underground. Even though you had people fighting and revolting and things of that nature, they wasn't trying to succumb to those circumstances, but they yielded to them at some point because it was physically and mentally brutal on our ancestors who had to endure that, whether it be in South America to the Caribbeans, and then from the Caribbeans to to North America. They had to endure that. But by the time they come in, you have to think about it. The boatload of our ancestors that didn't come directly from West Africa. They came from South America and the Caribbeans. So they were already indoctrinated and taught how to do certain things. So when they did come to North America, they were less likely to flee. It was the people that they were bringing directly from West Africa that was more of a problem for them because they came directly from West Africa without any of that going through that system of slavery that would uproot and lead to those runaways and all of these. All these things, you got to remember, they were so specific in knowing where to go to get certain people from that they knew that certain people in Senegal, certain people in Igbo land, certain people in Benin, certain people in other parts of Nigeria, all along that coastline.
Is he breaking up, or is it just me?
It's you.
Yeah, just you.
They all knew what type of people that they were trying to enslave or capture, and who was who was more likely to commit suicide on the voyage over here or to revolt in the voyage over here. That's why they broke people up. It's so many intricate pieces that go into it to just simply dumb it all down to just a choice, because there's a time period where you have that slavery was just prominent, bringing people over across the Atlantic, and then you had the illegal slave trade. So you got to look at both periods. You got to look at all the periods, the points, and the people, and deal with it. But I ain't gonna say it became a choice when we began to institutionalize running away and creating a pathway with leadership and things like that, and continuous revolts. But I ain't gonna sit here and just put it down to a choice though. That's gonna kill it.
Can I ask a question?
No, you jumping. Hold on, one quick. So all I'm saying is, Sean, you did an excellent job of proving my point. Appreciate you, sir. But go ahead, Kyle.
I like the way you did that,
though. right. He avoided all that,
right? Go ahead, Kyle. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, hey, thank you. And on this one, I ain't gonna lie, I'm gonna have to go with Sean, man. I agree that I think that we're conflating two separate ideas, two separate paradigms, which is cause and effect. The cause was the enslavement of the Black people, and the effect was we had to make a choice about how we wanted to take the next steps. Do we want to live? Do we want to die? Do we want to run? Do we want to stay? Those are the effects of something that we didn't have a decision to make. We didn't because we were overpowered. You know what I'm saying? We kind of dug on this yesterday on ABO channel, but there was no one said, "Hey, let me go get enslaved." They got enslaved. They were prisoners of war. They was captured. And so after that point where you're captured, you got to make a decision. Are you going to make it through this? Because everybody say in war, your job is to survive the encounter. And so that's what these people was doing. They were surviving. And so at that point, they had to make a choice. Do I want to survive? Do I want to live with my family? Those are the only choices when you get enslaved. The enslavement in itself removes the choices from these individuals. And I think that I think you are conflating all of this into one big decision. And the decision was never the people that was being enslaved, in my personal opinion.
Yeah, I like the way you said that. You said they minimized our choices. Then I didn't say that. I didn't say it was yeah. And that's the horrible part when you put humans in that situation. And so yeah,
what part of
real quick. I see you watching. So yes, Brother Unk is choosing to live in a racist society. I can move to Africa, to blick some goddamn way, anywhere I want to go. I choose to live where my ancestors fought and died. They fought in World War I, World War II. They fought in the goddamn Bear Pigs. They fought in the damn Civil War. They fought in the wars when they was dragged over here. They fought all the damn time. So yeah, I'm right here in America, and I'm an African American. So what, watcher? How come you're on YouTube and here then?
Okay, let me say something to show you, Unc, why you're not making a choice to do that. And the reason why you're not making a choice to do that, peace to everybody on the panel, I'll fill out for a second. But the reason why you're not making a choice to do that is because if the United States government put out some kind of mandate to the United States Marines, Army, Air Force, so forth and so on, to round up Negroes and kill them, you'll be trying to get the hell out of here on the first thing smoking. So you're not making a choice to be here. You're here due to your familiarity of it. That's why you're here. Like it's like I said in a previous show, when the doctor hits your knee and your knee moves, it's involuntary. You're not making a choice to be here. This is something that you do, like breathing. It's something that's involuntary. You're not here because you're making the choice. Because if you notice, a lot of racist white people don't say, well, we'll go back to Africa and all of this other kind of crazy stuff. Well, no, we're not going back to Africa due to our familiarity with here. And like you just said, our ancestors who died for this place.
I ain't gonna respond to that, yo. All right, yo. We all trapped in America. You're right. Y'all have to
hold on, but if we're trapped, then how are you making a choice to be here?
You're right. We don't have.
If we're trapped, how are you making a choice to be here?
I'm saying you're right, bro. We stuck here because we have no choice but to be here. You're right, Cube. You won. You're right.
So hold on, you can engage with everybody else, but when I make a point, you don't want to engage in my points.
Because it's ridiculous, yo. No one's believing you. No one's thinking that we can't leave and get a passport and go to any. We can move to Belgium some damn way if we want to. It's different conditions in Belgium.
If you can afford it.
Okay,
but I never said that. I set up a scenario specific to where they were rounding up black people. That's what I did.
Now you make a whole crazy round up black people with guns. How you think that's gonna work out?
That was what I was.
Hey man, rest in peace to Omar from the Wire, man.
Yeah. R.I.P. to that brother.
What happened to him?
He died
found dead in the Brooklyn apartment. Just found his body, found him dead.
He died where?
They found him dead in a Brooklyn apartment in Brooklyn.
They say OD. They say OD. They say OD.
Michael K. Williams? Oh, damn.
No, man.
They said it may have been caused by drugs. As paraphernalia found his home. God damn.
Yeah, they say OD, man.
Damn. He had no choice. He ain't had no choice.
He took too many of those vaccines, and he didn't have a choice.
When you're on drugs, you don't have a choice not to get high, so we just get high. Man, get out of there.
Hey, hold on. Hey, that's another thing too. I'm glad you mentioned that because let's bring that up. Let's talk about people who have mental conditions.
Changing the subject,
brother. That's not changing.
Good job, Chef. Okay, Chef. All right, go ahead. You change the subject. Go ahead, Kyle.
I was in the middle of saying something. That's not changing the subject because if you're talking about people who have a choice and people who don't, there's people who have alcohol abuse, drug abuse, shopping abuse, things of that nature. These people do not have a choice. Man. Now there's.
Can I say something right quick? I think that, and this is what I was saying to you in the chat, Q, and I respect you as a brother, man, but I think that you do a magnificent job of continually moving the goalposts in a conversation, bro. It's like for me, when I'm talking about something, I talk about like exactly what the subject is, and I don't use the word if, because if adds in variables that are not necessarily real, and you continuously add these if variables, and you take the conversation so far from what people are already talking about that we never can get any type of understanding on the actual subject matter. And I think that's, I mean, I don't know if you're doing it on purpose or what, but it does seem like you're trying to make this fairy tale argument so you can always be right, though, fam.
Well, hold on. Let me respond to that, and I appreciate your concern. But see, if I were to say, "Oh, there's this red dragon that lives in my basement," that'd be something fairy tale. But when I'm saying if a person has a alcohol problem, if a person has a drug abuse problem, that's not something that we can't fathom, understand, and even see people within our own family that have these things. So by saying I'm moving the goalposts, I'm not moving the goalposts. What I'm doing is I'm showing you that yes, people have problems that they cannot choose to not do these things. So I'm not moving the goalposts, my brother. But go ahead if you have anything else to say.
Hey Q. Hey Q.
Yes, sir.
You was doing a great job. You was doing a great job till you moved over to the drugs. All right. Doing a good job and all that shit. Let me tell y'all something, man. Let me tell you what it is here. I specialize in getting fucking high. Let's get all that straight, get out the way. That's why when they try to throw all that shit at me, it don't mean nothing to me. 30 years ago, yo, substance abuse was the business in the order of the day for me. All above, the whole 9 yards. And I'm saying it wasn't a moment that I was on drugs that I didn't have a fucking choice. I made the choice every day to wake the hell up and pick the shit up and put it in me, yo. I made that choice. Simple as that. Whether it was a weak ass choice or not, I made that choice. So all that you've always got a goddamn choice. This is where I'm at with it. So drug addicts do have a choice. Alcoholics do have a choice, but there's consequences for your choice when you're getting high. That might mean you just can't get high. That means you might suffer from sickness. Yeah, I know what it's like to suffer from sickness off of heroin. Couple days, down and out, super flu. Coronavirus before the goddamn coronavirus. That's what it feels like for a person that's strung out on heroin in Baltimore, Maryland. All right, so all that don't got a choice, yo, you do. Every day I chose to get high. And when I got tired of it, then I made choices not to get high. So I'm gonna speak for myself, right? I always had a choice whether I want to get high or not. When I got high, I chose to do it. When I say I'm done with it, every day I wake up right now, I choose for my family, for my kids, not to be high, to be sober. I make a concerted effort to stay sober. Every single day, I make that effort. I make a damn choice. Simple as that. So the War Green Party for the thousands of drug addicts who don't ever get off of drugs, dude, I'm letting y'all know right now, y'all have a choice. If you don't pick it up, it won't get in you. Simple as that. So you can go, and now I'm done. Now you can go ahead, and I want to know how many substances you've been struck out on to even remotely know whether a person have a choice or not. Cube.
I have to respond to this. It won't take long, I promise. And I'm not trying to be defamatory or say anything about you, because you know that's a success story to me. If once upon a time you suffered from an addiction, but we have to be honest. An addiction is just that, and that's why I mentioned the shopaholic. I mentioned the alcoholic, and I mentioned a person that abuses various different types of drugs. These people are addicted to these things. So to say that you have a choice in waking up to not drink alcohol, you have a choice in waking up to not shoot heroin, to not smoke crack, to not sniff coke. To me, brother, that's BS. And the reason how we know this emphatically that that's BS is because of the millions of people that struggle with this every day. There's millions of people that struggle with this every day. Do some people kick these habits? Yes, they do. Now, let me give you something else. Hoarders. Everybody's seeing these hoarding shows. These people do this involuntarily. They cannot control it. There is no drug that they can take. There is no medicine that they can take. These people do these things. Well, let me say there's no drug to my knowledge that they can take. But these people do these things. And for you to lack the empathy, being a person that was once in that situation, for you to lack the empathy to say like, oh, I just chose. No, you didn't choose it, brother. You had a particular set of situation. Excuse me. You had a particular set of circumstances that allowed you to escape it. And you understand, brother, that the moment that you pick up whatever drug of your choice, you're gonna get right back into it and you're gonna be doing it every day, because you never recover from doing these things. What you do is you fight off these
Sheffrin,
impulses.
you need some sound effects. You need a sound effects board.
You hold on, let me finish. You fight off these impulses, because if a person is an alcoholic, that person is an alcoholic from the time that until they die. They fight off of these. They fight off of these impulses. If a person is a serial killer, these people are fighting off these impulses, bro. So for you to lack the empathy and say, "Oh, I chose this," bro. Let me finish, bro.
Yeah, but you're going too long for my comfort.
Yeah, man, you've been going on for like 10
For
minutes.
all our comprehension.
How long you gotta keep saying this shit? First of all, bro, I done been in fucking rehabs, and the first thing niggas do in rehabs is everybody be trying to figure out the way to get high. All right, niggas make choices to do that shit. For me, that was a safe space to me, where I could clean myself up, get my shit together. When I was locked up, nigga, I ain't get high, because I felt like I wanted to be in my whole faculties.
Because you were forced, you couldn't get high, that's why.
Brother, can I ask you a question?
Let me finish though, brother. Bro, you can get high in jail. There's plenty of drugs in jail. I can tell you've never been locked up. Plenty of high.
God.
All right, plenty of highs in jail. You tripping. All right, plenty of highs in rehabs. You tripping. All right, I'm just simply saying, right? And I'm not saying, watch this. I'm not saying everybody can get off of drugs. See, that's what the chat room, the peanut gallery got it wrong. I'm not saying because I did it, how come everybody else can't do it? See, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that at all. Not even a little bit. I'm simply saying that I always had a choice, that everybody has a choice. Niggas got a choice to make fucking payments for their children, child support. You have a fucking choice. So ain't no excuses in the game of getting high. There is no excuses. You mess up, you be, for the first time, right, in your life, if you ever get strung on drugs, you will have to be brutally honest with yourself. You get no cut cards. See, that's what addiction really is about. Let me tell you what addiction is really about. It's about coming to grips with who you fucking really are. See, because you can lie to everybody else, but you can't lie to your motherfucking self. You can play this little game, I'm this, I'm that. But when it comes to addiction, that's the only time in your little life that you're gonna have to be honest. There is no lying in addiction. You can't lie a little bit, not a crack. It's brutally honest. And guess what? You're the only one that know it. You can't lie to yourself in addiction. You know what I'm saying? Bad enough you can't lie to yourself anyway, but you ain't got to tell nobody about it. But addiction gonna tell you when you lying. It's gonna happen, bro. All that you craving shit, niggas don't be craving like that. But every now and then the thought do run across my mind. And guess what I do? I throw out my honesty tape. I say, damn, nigga, you want to do that? Is it? Nah, that shit ain't worth doing that. No, I ain't doing that because I understand the consequences of my actions. I have matured. I understand there's some things that I just don't want to do. It's some things I just shouldn't do. But these are the choices we should have made before we started that shit. This is what I want to try to do. This is what I do. I try to talk to the kids, bro. That's why all that smoking weed shit, all that shit led to crazy shit in my community. Yeah, it's legal now. Yeah, the shit sound good, but I'm letting y'all niggas know. That's for that gateway, that door open with that weed shit. So y'all can all act like anyway. And by the way, nigga, I done seen plenty of niggas addicted to motherfucking marijuana. Don't play with me. Them same niggas I left on the corner, these niggas was smoking weed. I used to look at them and say, guess what, y'all? Y'all niggas smoke, right? I said, y'all laughing because I'm getting high, but y'all smoke. I said, y'all getting high too. Oh man, go ahead, be sure. That's what they call me. Go ahead, be sure. I'm telling you, yo. I say, watch this, yo. I say, when I get sober, I'm gonna show you how smoking weed is a drug and you're addicted. What you talking about? I say, watch. These niggas get high. They walk and go buy their weed from Wrightstown Road to Belvedere. They missing sales the whole time, and they come back. When it's time to buy some weed, they walk and get some more weed on Belvedere, and they come back, getting high the whole motherfucking time. I say, yo, that's getting high. Well, if I walk to Belvedere and get a bag of dope or whatever, nigga, we still walk to get high. They couldn't understand it. I sobered up on them niggas. Them niggas was still walking to get a bag of weed, and I passed all them niggas. I said, I tried to tell y'all. Damn, you was right. I know I was right. So high is fucking high. Whether it's alcohol, which is legal, niggas get fucked up off of that. It's the stigma they place on. It's the stigma they place on heroin and cocaine. More niggas die from alcohol than anything. So we can all play this shit. A drug is a fucking drug at the end of the day. And at the end of the day, we all have a choice whether we want to get drunk and drive and kill a motherfucker or not. We all got choices. So I'm not trying to hear that shit. Now, whether you have the ability to deal with your choices not based off of mental conditions, all that, that's a different story. But if you're in your right motherfucking mind, you strung out, yo, man, you can get clean today, man. I seen it. I ain't trying to hear that shit you saying, Q. That shit on.
You got Tuesday on there, yo. You got to put Monday on there, yo. You got to put Monday on there.
He just came in. He had his hand up. I don't know if he done dipped out.
Chef, put Monday on there, yo. You got Tuesday Night Raw.
Yeah, I'm on here.
Would you change it? Go ahead, P.
I think what we got going on is a game of semantics. I mean, basically, people trying to conflate different ideas based off of wording. But the bottom line is this: when the choice is made for you, it's not a choice. Okay, if I come up and rob you at gunpoint, and you either got to give up what I asked for or die, that's not really a choice. It's not a choice. I'm making the choice for you. So that's not a choice. So that's what you gotta, you gotta stop this about it's a choice to do this. Look, when your decision is either death or life, that's not a choice. It's not. Now, if you want to get down to a bare bones definition of it, you can do that. But the reality is this: it's still not a real choice because you don't have freedom to choose one thing or the other, and you can walk away and it's all good. That's not the situation.
All righty, we got you. It's almost a choice, huh?
Hey, and let me ask this question. Every single day is a crackhead. Are you making the choice?
Hey, hold on. How you
hold on, Q. We gotta jump back in.
Gotta go, yo. Kyle was next. God, this ain't the Cube Show.
Yeah, this ain't the Cube Show. This is Monday Night Madness, yo.
See, now y'all put the pressure on me to say something profound. I ain't got anything to say, so y'all can skip me.
Man, you crack under pressure, fam.
Anybody speak up? Mr. P, where you at?
He just spoke. Yeah, it was Peter said that. Yeah. I like I said, I agree with Mr. What Fam said. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear you, Mr. P. I don't agree with you though, because you like it's a kind of a truth.
There's levels to it, man. Like
I agree though. Now see that I can agree.
Like technically, if you want to play by the exact definition, then yeah.
That's all I was playing by, yo, no other definition. Now we can get you the nuances on what Mr. P said. That's my man from DC right there. Appreciate you calling in, bro. Yeah, here's for real.
But I don't have, but when you start comparing that to
that's different.
A person deciding not to go to school.
Yeah, that's
that's not, you know what I'm saying? Like that's when it gets disrespectful to me.
You went at Cube. You went there, Cube. You started. That was horrible. Like I never was saying that. Like it's nuances to it. Like it's that. Like it has to be explained out. I'm not just diving to say the choice. I'm not just saying like, come on, y'all. Y'all know damn well what I mean.
So what are you saying though?
I just said it. I think P said. I think Social said.
I missed it. I was on the phone.
Yeah. See, I ain't going through that again.
So when I was explaining it, why was you disagreeing with me though?
I was disagreeing with you because you took a hard stance. But when the reality is,
it is a hard stance.
It's not a hard stance.
I'll never back away from it. Enslaving people by force is not a choice.
Man,
I ain't got to play around with that. I don't have to do mental gymnastics.
Technically, it is. Hey, Chef, y'all agree?
Listen,
technically, it is.
The Emancipation Proclamation.
Oh, man.
What was that?
I don't know, my nigga.
What was that?
I have no idea. The Emancipation, that document you had to sign, right?
That who had to sign?
They signed the document.
Who signed it? No, who signed that?
You didn't. The President of the United States did it.
No, who signed the Emancipation Proclamation?
Abraham Lincoln.
Abraham Lincoln. Yeah, be clear. Who was that? Who was Abraham Lincoln at the time?
He was the president of the so-called United States.
The so-called.
Hold on. Did he say that he would keep slaves? Did he say he would keep slaves if he could keep the Union together and keep slaves? Didn't he say he would also do that? Y'all niggas is crazy, bro.
It was crazy.
But following that line of questioning, then how was that a choice by the individuals that, that document, it released people that obviously it wasn't their choice.
They fought a war over it, yo.
You're proving my point even more that it's not a choice.
They fought a war over it, though, Chef.
Who fought a war over it?
Black
the slaves.
No. See,
the white people were the slaves.
Y'all trying to convince me the slaves didn't fight in the Civil War now?
No, we're not trying, but you jumbling it all up
together, yo. Them niggas had to fight. They had to pick up gun the first, yo.
Yo, fuck it.
Thank you.
You want to be there.
It's not that. I'm saying that I understand what you're saying. I'm not overriding what none of y'all saying. Like, let's be clear here, as Jabari say. And like you say, like Jabari say, let's be clear. So I understand it's a crazy ass situation to be in.
It's clear. It's not. It's not even.
It is.
Confusing, yo.
I done seen a stick up man come, yo, and some niggas run, yo.
Stick up man. Listen,
yeah, you missing it. No, he said they got a gun to your head, yo. And P said, yo, you don't got a choice when the stick up man got you right there with the gun in your head. You gonna get that shit up. But he said, but you do kind of got a choice. So we all gotta admit that. Listen, it's a hard choice.
That's the wrong word. I hate to have to keep saying that.
What words you want to use?
I don't know, but you need to figure out
a
better word, because if a slave, listen, if your legal definition in a society is slave,
okay, what they gotta do?
Choice.
Yo, they did what they did. Yo, they got up, right? They escaped. Right? They formed an abolitionary movement against slavery. Yo, they did it. They did it. They could have just stayed there, yo. You're not making no sense.
But still, in that society, what is your status still?
I know, but listen, Chef.
No, what is your status still? It doesn't remove
it's a society that calling you a slave.
Exactly. You don't have no choice in that.
But it's obvious people didn't accept that status, and they escaped and they joined the abolitionary movement.
Like it or respect it or not, nigga, that's who the fuck you were resided to. You were forced into that. It didn't matter if you respected it or not. That's who the fuck you were.
Hey, Cube, I don't even know what you're talking about. You were the one of them niggas that stayed on the plantation. I can see that right now.
Yeah, like you didn't have the option to be a free black man. They had to make you a free black.
Right, they had to jump through hoops.
Sound crazy, yo. You trying to say that niggas didn't join the abolitionary movement and escape?
Yeah, but they were only free because those people made them.
Hold on, bro. He's cherry picking. Bro,
I'm not cherry picking anything, yo.
But what about before the abolitionist movement? What the fuck was there for black people before the abolitionist movement? There wasn't nothing. So why are you cherry picking trying to talk about a specific time?
Why are you cussing like I'm gonna punch you in your mouth or something? Cube, you tripping, yo. We ain't doing that. We just have
but I'm cutting you off because it's pseudo when it's fake and it's faulty. Because you're trying to make it seem like, I could have just joined the abolitionist movement. When there wasn't.
Even those people,
I'm leaving you out, my nigga. Yo, you're doing too much. So hold on for a minute. It ain't that serious. It's It's Monday Night Madness.
Yeah, he went mad.
You went mad. Yeah, you went mad.
You the first one that went mad.
He went mad.
You lost, Q.
So, but hold on though.
He went mad.
But hold on. But he's acting like
the first one to go mad.
But bro, like, yeah, I understand you want to laugh, but like, why you trying to throw out these things? Like,
I'm not trying
they
to
could
throw out
just join the
anything, man.
abolition.
I'm saying it's a choice, and what I hear everybody else saying is a choice. Y'all just trying to word I wasn't the real.
Hold on, but I'm refuting it though.
Go ahead.
But listen to my refutation. But listen to my refutation. My refutation.
Cube, explain it. Explain what it was them niggas did when they left the plantation, yo.
Okay,
I'm listening right now, Cube. Go ahead, Cube. Tell me what they were doing when they left the plantation.
Okay.
Underground Railroad.
Let me refute.
Movement. What was they doing? Because their life was on the line, bro. Their family life was on the line, bro. Explain to me what they were doing. That was a blind. They just walked out like robots.
They were fighting slaves.
Okay, got it.
Fighting
so let me refute.
So you don't make a choice to fight.
You make a choice to fight slavery. You make a choice to resist.
Why are you using that word? Why are you using that word?
No, you make a choice.
Use a better word, though, Chef.
No, but you're already enslaved. Listen,
Chef, you're making my point, Chef.
No, I'm not, because you're missing it. You're missing it.
I'm not missing it.
You already a slave. It wasn't your choice.
I'm not missing
it. You can resist it. You can resist it, right? But you're already a slave. What part don't you get it?
What's that got to do with the choice whether you're a slave or not? And you decided not to be a slave.
No, but you're still.
Your resistance was temporal. Your resistance was temporal. So even if you resisted from this time,
what's wrong? Temporal. What do you mean? Explain that to us.
Temporary.
It was temporary. So even if you take all of the people that held all of these revolts, all of these people either actually died, and they died doing it. But it never really changed nothing in the grand scheme. You know what it actually took? It took for paperwork. It took for white people to say, hey, you know what? Maybe we should stop doing this. All of this stuff was temporal. Not one of these slaves.
Really? It took people. It wasn't just white people. Y'all got me fucked up right now.
Slavery in America?
Bro, you're not even understanding.
Go ahead, Kai.
You're not even understanding. You're just throwing out random stuff. You're not even understanding that you're throwing out random stuff.
He brought the drug game into it.
And that's the reason why.
I didn't bring the drug game in. The Cube did all that. Tell me, I'm jumping. I'm standing right there, Cube. You the one put the getting out. Go ahead, Kanye.
Give me like 30 seconds though. Like what I'm saying is, I think y'all are missing when the choice happened because of the argument that y'all having. The choice happened when the Europeans said, "Hey, we're gonna go to Africa and do some deals and get these niggas and bring them to America and sell them." That was the choice. Anything after that happened is a response or a resistance, like Chef was saying. Like, just if someone else makes a decision and you respond to it, you're not making a choice. You are making a response to a choice. And I don't know why y'all can't get that. It seems very simple. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like y'all wanna make it a choice to fit y'all argument, but the choice was made in the 1465, well, to put the first year of slavery happened. That was the choice. Everything else is a response to said choice. You know what I'm saying? And like, I ain't got nothing else to say about that. Like,
the dumb diverses. What was the dumb diverses,
That was the choice.
You and Dr. Mayat kept talking about that, the dummy verses, the dumb diverses. What's that?
Yeah, the Papa Bulls, the dumb diverses. This is when the Europeans made the choice to go and empower people. I mean, go take over people with their power because they were technically advanced. They were more advanced than us. And so we were subjected to their choice. And then anything that we did was a response to their choice. And so what we did in our response, we had to make a decision, which is our response to their choice. So we had to choose life or death. That's not a choice. That is a response. And I don't know why y'all keep believing that. Like, a choice means that these niggas say that, hey, you know what? We're gonna really slave ourselves. That's a choice.
That's a good point. That's a good point, Kayo.
All right, you got me, Kayo. I'm gonna change my word. I'm gonna use the word decision.
Yeah, because when you bring up people that resisted,
so some change my word. We made
I get it, listen, but even when you bring up the word resist, right? Those people that resisted, ultimately a lot of them became slaves. You understand? They got hit across the head, they got chains put on them, and they got walked from the interior to the ports. You see what I'm saying?
All right, I got you. Big Mac, where you at, man? I know you're gonna talk that shit, Big Mac.
Who that Big Mac?
Here we go.
I basically agree with Kyle, and I agree with like it's a lot of semantics actually. I mean, because you always have a choice.
Mac, hold on quick, Mac. Hey Mac, after you speak, then P, you got it next. All right, go ahead, Mac.
I mean, so like I said, I basically agree with Kyle, and I think that when we do have the discussion about this, is always some emotion involved with as far as context. So, when, like Kyle said, if somebody choose to take an action against you that limits your course of action, then they're making a decision, and at any moment in life, yeah, you can make a decision or a choice, but when you make statements like people chose to be slaves, that can't be accurate if they was taken into slavery. And then the choice after that is even if you want to use the word like, oh, they chose to remain slaves, then I could even agree with that, but I think it's just about context because, that would be the reasonable decision for the most part, because usually the choices were either be a slave or die. So at that point, it's hard to call it a choice, because if your choice is do this or die, then, the most reasonable choice is not to die. So, you know what I mean? I just think it's a lot of semantics.
Chose to be a slave, though, Mac. I never said that. The conversation never was about that we chose to be slaves. I simply said it was times that we chose to stay with our families, or we chose to raise our kids. That's all I said. I never said that we chose to be slaves. I didn't say that. Now we should say that.
You did say that. That's exactly what
now you can back off of it. You can back off of it.
We made the choice to be slaves. What I said was, I said we chose not to leave the plantation because maybe our grandma
arguing this hard if you didn't say that.
No, I never. Yeah, because y'all
we wouldn't be arguing this hard. You said I'm tripling down on it.
No, you getting confused with Kanye West said. I never said.
No, you said I'm tripling down on it.
Yeah, just
slavery was a choice.
We had a choice. I didn't say we chose to be slaves.
Yeah, you said it could have jumped off the ship.
Man, I never said that.
You said
now you using your Nuwapi and shit.
I know I'm not.
Yeah. You said we could have left the plantation at any point.
You said it could have jumped off the ship.
Crazy shit, man. Yo, listen, I'm going to triple down on it. At any time your black ass wanted to dive off that you could have drove off that mark. Anytime you want to try to take this ship, you could have took that ship. It was plenty of tribes that took ships. Y'all bugging right now.
Y'all quadruple it down.
Ships. Nigga, that don't mean that you just because you didn't try to escape don't mean you was choosing to be a slave, though. That means you was choosing to be with your damn family.
No, what was they called, though? This is where I'm going to catch you at, so you can see my point. Hold on. And when you look up those things, what are they called? Is a term that they use.
What you talking about, man?
This is gonna kill you, The definition gonna take you out of the game.
Yeah. What when they resisted and they took over ships or they burnt down plantations, what was they called? What was that resistance called?
I don't know. What was it called, Chef?
Slave revolts.
Slave revolt, bro.
Slave revolts.
But how does that?
They were slaves. That was their status. It's no choice in what.
But how's you switching that together?
No, what? You don't see that? You don't see that? That's a headshot.
Just because a person call you a nigga don't mean you're a nigga, my nigga.
Oh my God!
You know what you're saying? So you
they got you in chains.
So now you equating nigga to slave.
We equating words that other people place on you.
No, that's your status.
And so I'm saying, under no circumstance. Now check this out, bro. Now I'm gonna tell you what I teach my motherfucking kids.
I don't know what you think slavery is, yo.
Nigga, I know what it is. Right?
Maybe we need to define what slavery is. And how that's a class in a society. I think you missing that point.
You're right. I'm not. No, I wasn't raised that way. So y'all were raised.
It don't matter how you was raised. We're talking about a history of a people. So it's not about how you were raised.
We're looking at it. We were prisoners of war from the African side. You would have thought a person came in and attacked you. So let's look at it from the African side of it, bro. They was like, man, these niggas came in and fucking.
Some of them were. Some slaves were prisoners of war.
Stole our people, dog. And then they said you were slaves. You were enslaved. But you never had to be
a lot of them were slaves in Africa. What is you talking about?
Oh man, yeah, here we go on that one. Now we on that. Y'all want to talk about that since Monday night?
The Africans sold their slaves to Europeans.
Are you trying to justify genocide by saying that? That Africans sold their slaves to Europeans?
Nah, we're not strong, man.
That nigga's wrong, bro.
Come on, man. Let Pete. None of y'all jumping in. None of y'all jumping in. Go ahead, Pete. You got it.
So I think I might have a happy medium for you. Huh? Why don't you just call it an involuntary decision? How about that?
No, I'm calling it a decision for now.
See what I'm saying? That nigga
started. Y'all said don't use it. It's a decision we made.
AOP, haven't I been saying involuntary since last show? And I say this is something that was involuntary.
I didn't say that.
No different.
I said I'm going to decisions now. So we made decisions. That's what I'm saying.
I came in on the back.
But you're wrong, brother. You're wrong.
We got a definition on. Hold on, we got a definition on the screen. As y'all looking at it?
It was kidnapping victims, my nigga.
Oh, hold on, no.
Slaves, my nigga. Now I'm gonna say that. Now,
the Merriam-Webster definition.
I don't believe him. We was kidnapped victims. You tripping?
Kidnapped. So when you were sold in a slave market,
whatever. Yeah, that's how they break you mentally. That's how they break you. That's how they break your mental fortitude. You're a slave. No, nigga, we was kidnapped victims.
A lot of them
weren't enslaved.
A lot of them were slaves in Africa.
Does it matter?
Enslaved. Now,
a lot of them were slaves in Africa.
Does it matter?
A lot of people were slaves.
Why can't you just say we were kidnapped slaves? Why can't you use those two terms and put them together?
No, you said it wasn't. No, but they were slaves. But you were put into slavery.
Yo, you gotta get kidnapped first, yo. That's the legality. So let's talk legality. Let me hit y'all.
But some of them were already.
Nah, we're not talking about legality.
Organized by Europe.
Let me say this. What I'm trying to tell you is, if you really want to get your money, don't fight over the slave shit because it was a legal institution. But the truth was, kidnapping has always been illegal. It's illegal in the Quran. It's illegal in the Bible. It's illegal in Rome and Greece. It's illegal in European societies, period. But slavery was a legal enterprise. So really, we should be suing for the fact that we were kidnapped fucking victims. It's the wording to get y'all niggas fucked up right now.
Nah, because
you can't say no. Listen, bro. You gotta kidnap them first. Yo, they kidnapped us, yo. Man, they kidnapped us, yo.
That's a good point there.
Stance is based on the fact that after slavery ended, we wasn't allowed a chance to make ourselves whole due to redlining and Jim Crow such and such. So it don't even got to go back to where we were slaves or not. It's about once slavery ended, we were not allowed the opportunity to make ourselves whole.
I don't believe y'all. But go ahead, I don't believe y'all. Go ahead, Savio. Savio.
Yo, give me a minute.
He getting his shit together.
Hey,
he must got a whole presentation.
He about to bring that fire on your ass.
I ain't got no damn help.
Savio was the biggest pseudo, man. Savio was pseudo as hell.
Is it possible I could cut in?
Can I mention something about my bad?
Go ahead.
We got
goodness, y'all just wilding out. I was trying to look for something to share, but I was trying to remember. When I was in college, I took a philosophy class, and it was this one philosopher who I keep thinking that it was John Mill, but that's probably why I can't find it because it's not him, that was talking about free will and coercion and how, free will can be interrupted once, coercion kind of comes in the mix.
Thanks.
But another philosopher too around that time that kind of talked about it too, which I forgot, Thomas Hobbes. Yeah, back in like the 1500s. Of course, these white folks.
Hume. It was Hume.
Hume did too.
Hold on. Please, Yo, please let her build on this. Please let her build on this.
Yeah, we're just saying the name.
But
We're just telling the name. That's all, bro.
yeah, it was Hume. It was Hume. That's my favorite philosopher is David Hume. But I don't know why I couldn't find this. But damn, I don't lost my point. I don't lost my burn.
Free will.
That I was on.
Let me help you out.
I was shameful.
Hold on. Listen, let me help the sister out.
I'm a pause.
Let me help the sister out. What the sister's talking about. The sister's talking about determinism. Let me help her out. Sister, what you're talking about is determinism. That's what you're talking about. So I hope that like jogs your memory. That's what you're talking about. But go ahead, sis.
No, I'm trying to find the specific quote that was made, but if I find it, I'll share it.
What's the point?
I partially agreed with it back then. I agreed with it back then because I kind of felt, well, back then when I was in college, of course I'm older now, but back then I agreed with the point because it's like, okay, hey, you feel like you have free will because you can do whatever you want, but then the coercion kind of comes in the mix. Like, so is it really your choice anymore? Because if it starts to feel like people are taking that choice away from you, I'm sure that all of us would like to not have to work, these shitty jobs at these shitty pay and be away from our families. But we live in a society where you kind of have to work like that, work yourself to death just so you can live and survive. So some people may look at that as coercion. Same thing like with the whole slavery thing, bringing it back to the original. Well, it wasn't the original topic, but it's what got segued into as to why we're having a second show on. That's why I made the point that I made, which Cube assumed that I was agreeing with Unc, which I wasn't. I wasn't agreeing with Unc and I wasn't disagreeing with Unc. I'm saying it was both. It depends on for the individual and depends on what part of the time period that we're talking about. Like, yes, some people were lied to and told that, hey, it's a job over here. And they just didn't let them go. So it may have been their choice at first, but it turned into not being their choice after a while.
I'm not aware of the
it
story.
wasn't their choice because they were born into slavery. So it wasn't their choice.
Oh, wait a minute. Relax, man. Let the sister finish, then we're gonna let American Dream come in. Come on, yo. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I'm just saying for other people, it wasn't their choice because they were born into it. So they didn't know any other life. They didn't know any other, that it was possible that there was something else that they could have out there for them. Because when you're born into something, you don't know that, hey, like, I don't have to live like this. So that's why I said it's both. I feel like for some people, no, it wasn't a choice for them. For some people, yeah, it was a choice for them. But
I can buy that.
It starts to look like it's not free will if we start talking about whether it was their free will, because that hasn't been mentioned yet this entire time. Now, once we start getting on free will, then I would be like, okay, yeah, like your free will is being interrupted because people are putting obstacles in your way. And most people would prefer to live versus die. Most people would prefer for their family not to suffer and die. So yeah, they may endure the suffering a little bit longer.
Oh, that's good. That's good. I like that, CK. All right, American.
So they can find another option.
But I'll go after American.
Good context.
Yeah, good one. I like that. Go ahead, American Dream.
But if I find the quote, I'll share it, which I doubt I'll be able to find it, which is shameful.
All right, CK, that's a good one, though. That calmed the madness down for a minute. Go ahead, American Dream. What you got?
Oh, that pissed me off even more, but go ahead.
Peace. Thanks, Unc. So I guess I was listening to Kyle, and I was wondering because he kind of said that from the standpoint of slavery being a choice, he mentioned that it was a choice for the European because they kind of forced slavery on the African. But I think that if we remember that slavery was a trade, there were buyers and then there were sellers. So I guess I wanted to ask Kyle if he thought the African sellers had a choice in slavery, in making slavery happen. The same way if we speak about what Ankh said in terms of them being kidnapped, most of the kidnapping were done by African tribes, kidnapping other African tribes on behalf of Europeans. So I guess my question would be, is that a choice on behalf of the Africans, or do you still stand by your statement that, the only choice that was there was just from the European standpoint?
Good one right there, boy.
Yeah.
The niggas ain't got no choice in nothing.
Man, Kyle about to knock that out the box.
No, that's actually a good question.
Can I answer the question?
Like how y'all get it in there, save your damn show, you can get that rock album.
Yeah. So I think it shows the complexity of and the layers.
It does, don't it?
You know what I'm saying? Because we got to understand in totality, if we want to be honest with ourselves, scholastically, academically, and shit just being real, Africans took place in the shit too. You know what I'm saying? But we got to understand the complexity of that, because these Africans would never unite like we make up in our mind. You know what I'm saying? You have warring tribes, you have people who completely fuck with other tribes and would love to, because they had some type of vengeance for it, you know what I'm saying? And like that's really what happened in history. And they was presented with an opportunity for monetary gain or whatever they needed, and you know what I'm saying? And they took advantage of the shit. You know what I'm saying? And now that doesn't remove accountability from the Europeans, because it was the European plan to do that. And they had to find an agent, somebody weak enough to fall for that shit, because they didn't recognize their power sticking together, and they didn't really understand that they was up against a complete war machine that was finna come at them. So they didn't know what was finna happen. You know what I'm saying? We got to put all of this shit in real perspective. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, then you go to like, you know, different tribes and stuff like that. I mean, we wasn't united like black people like to paint this picture, and it would be very easy to go to an African to turn his back on another African, because you got to understand these are different ethnic groups. They speak different languages. They have different gods. They have all these things that separate them from each other. And somebody else comes in and offers them some money to come up. It is what
So
it is,
do you
man.
consider it a choice? Is what the question.
Hey,
Yeah,
I'm going to add one comment and then I'm going to go back on mute. I think we need to change this conversation and stop using the word like choice, because that is what's causing the biggest problem in this conversation. I guarantee you, if we pull up the definition and show it to the audience, the definition of free will, and we start asking, did our people have free will? I guarantee you we'll all end up agreeing that they didn't.
I keep saying that
because I think when we start saying it was somebody's choice, no matter what you have in life, we all got choices.
Poor choice of words.
Yeah, CK, we said that.
When we start talking about free will,
I don't necessarily think it's that bad of a choice of words, because I think if I was to ask us all on the panel, right? If I was to say the people who on the ships, if I can just ask this question, the people who on the ships that jumped off, did they choose to jump off the ships? I think most of us would say, yeah, they chose to jump off the ships. Well, what about the ones who stayed? If the ones who jumped off chose to jump, then the ones who stayed on the ships, did they choose to stay?
Yeah, some jumped off, some were thrown off. We don't know who jumped and who was thrown off.
No, but that's not the question I'm asking. But I'm specifically asking about the ones who jumped. The ones who jumped, did they choose to jump?
The Igbo were prone to jump off by any means necessary, bro. It was embedded in what they stood for, you know.
So they didn't have a choice. They didn't choose to jump off.
No. The Igbo are the most known for jumping off the ships during the enslavement.
But not all of them jumped, though. But not all of the Igbos jumped.
Just because you could jump, don't mean you're gonna get the opportunity. It's not like that nigga just chilling up after that.
Thousands of Igbo.
But we're talking about whether it's a choice.
Let me slow it down for you, American Dream. Let me slow it down. You asked the question. I'm gonna slow it down. Tens of thousands, plural, jumped. They were known for doing that.
But
that's why they tried to lock their behinds up deep in them chambers where they could still survive. Listen to me, bro. I'm only trying to give you what we got. The evidence is all we got. They tried to keep when they got them from Igbo land, they tried to specifically keep them from not coming to the top deck because they were prone to jump. You have to remember, although it was profitable for them, they could make more money selling these people to do specific jobs. So they jumped, they would file insurance claims. If they were thrown off, they would get insurance claims. So the profit was there either way, but people wanted the bodies because it was more profitable. The Igbo have they got a damn story about the damn Igbo jumping off these ships.
Yeah, and they need.
Whoa.
Let me say this real quick, because you know you get it 6-7 times. But I'm real quick and I'm out.
Man, so is that a choice though that the Igbo made? That's all I'm saying.
I mean, that goes back to Cal. That's not a choice. That's a response. But and even with them going, and even that's just what
was you trying to say? What was the question?
I'm just saying, like with them going over like that, right? It's more like you know with them just jumping over. They profit if they throw them over because they're gonna cut off an ear. They cut off an ear.
Charles Darwin had an answer to this. You know what Charles Darwin said?
They cut off an ear and they
Charles
use the ear
Darwin got to do with us being Charles
Darwin. Yeah, you know what Charles Darwin said? Charles Darwin said.
The hell you bring Charles Darwin up?
Go ahead.
Black people had a choice in their own slavery.
Hold on, Charles Darwin. I mean, you can make. Charles Darwin said that when a black woman, a black slave.
You cut me off too long.
I know my fault. Let me get it.
Just do some nonsense. I gotta hear this one. I'm gonna be quiet. I gotta hear this one.
So Charles Darwin was on the Beagle, right? And he was trying to prove that all humans was the same. And he said that when a Roman emperor or a Chinese person like to sacrifice themselves, not to be enslaved, to kill themselves, right? We look at it as being honorable. They said, but when a black woman jumps off a cliff so that she's not enslaved, they look at it as being barbaric and out of our mind. That's the exact same thing y'all doing right now. I'm saying it was admirable when the Igbo did what they did. It wasn't no involuntary shit. It was something that they decided to do and they worked together to do that shit, man. Like, y'all got knocked
so this is not
I'm checking out of the conversation. At this point,
nobody's saying
I'm done with it.
Reduced to slavery.
Yeah, nobody said it was dishonorable.
It was a response. It was a response. They didn't want to be reduced
so this
to
dude
slaves
just
in a
totally
foreign
moved
land.
the whole conversation and changed it. When I say something, people say that, I'm
Darwin.
The landing took the Igbo
landing
took
Darwin for anything.
Darwin had nothing to do with this shit. This dude just changed the whole conversation.
In 1803.
Can I say something real quick?
Hold on, Sabi. I'm gonna say this. I just want to say this. The Igbo landing took place in 1803. So the Igbo landing took place in 1803, they had knowledge of what was happening prior to them being so disruptive. So after 1803, I mean, when you get in the period of 1803 and you're in basically in some parts, the slave trade slowing down, and the Igbo are picking up on that. They begin to do this. This was an attempted revolt, yes, but it was a response for being captured and enslaved.
All right.
It was just it was part of their beliefs, their customs. They would just like instead of fighting. I mean, we could call them punks. We can say why y'all didn't fight.
Let's say we'll get a say in, man.
Y'all, peace.
Fuck Charles Darwin. How about that?
Go ahead, Savior. That's something wrong, Savior.
Go ahead, Savior. Get it in, man. I'm trying to tell you, go ahead, bro.
Savior, you taking too long, yo. Niggas is what's up?
Niggas at the bitch. Get out of it, bro.
I just wanted to say this.
Watch me fade on the mic. Watch.
When people think about choice and slavery, you got to take those two words. You can't even put those words in the same conversation. They're not even to be used. Slavery was not a choice. It was not a choice. Any person says slavery is a choice is outside of their mind.
Right.
Any person on this panel who wants to choose to be a slave, come be my slave right now.
Shots fired, huh? Shots fired, huh? Niggas, you out of your mind.
That's all you get to say, yo, was about my mind saving.
Anybody on this panel,
that
nigga.
Darwin on that beagle would have solved all of
Hold on,
humanity's problems, according to
finish because I want to respond. Hold on, let him finish because I want to respond to this Charles Darwin bullshit. Let him
That
respond.
was the craziest boat ride ever. Charles Darwin on that beagle, yo.
Nigga Darwin
Yeah,
was
because I'm about to beat up. I'm about to beat up Charles Darwin real quick. Fuck
all right,
that,
man, get off of Darwin. Hold on, Pete. Let Pete say, then you go beat up Darwin. We can change the course of discourse. Go ahead. Go ahead, Pete.
Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't say you out your mind, but just being disingenuous, really. Let me say this though. I just want to change the topic just briefly, okay? Because we're on this subject and we're talking about, to a degree, how Africans were complicit in this thing to some degree. So my question to the panel is this.
Ain't true. They ain't making that shit up. I just don't feel like fighting that right now.
I know. But here's my question to the panel, okay? Why do you all think that, I'm not going to say all, but a significant amount of Africans today don't like Black Americans? What's your thoughts on that?
Oh, then you know when way up.
Can I start?
I want to bring a little leverage.
Can I go second after whoever starts?
I'm jumping all of that. That's bullshit. That's a myth.
That's what I was gonna say, Sean. That's a myth.
What he just said is a myth. What he just said is a myth.
People dislike each other all over the earth for
I don't
different
even got
reasons.
no words for that. That's cool. I'm out.
Yo, can I address that? Can I address that right quick? Hey, listen, the thing about that when people say that Africans don't like African Americans is that, number one, those people are us and they just like us, meaning that people that live in different countries and that have different ethnic groups or tribes, they always think that they are better than the next. So it's not about Africans as a whole not liking African Americans. Is that if whatever your tribe is, just like whatever us being in America, Africans in America, whatever my hood is, I'm repping my hood, and I'm saying that my hood is better than your hood, or my city is better than your city. So that's how Africans are globally. That's how they are on the land, on the continent. That's how we are. So it's not that they don't like African Americans, it's that they don't like their neighbor if they're not repping the same thing they repping. And it ain't that they don't like them so much, it's just that we have strong pride in what we represent. So it's not like that.
Yeah, can I add something to that if I can?
Have at it, bro.
No.
Yeah. So I think it was a couple of months ago we were talking about, well, maybe not that long ago, but we mentioned that that African American culture is really taken from it's actually a European culture. It's actually taken from the not the Irish, not the Dutch either.
Now you're just making shit up.
I can't remember the exact which group exactly, but I think the main reason that Africans and even some Caribbean people may have an issue with Black Americans is because of the Black American culture. The hip hop culture is like it's different, and that's the main issue that I think other Black people that come to America have with Black Americans. If I can just finish.
All right, can somebody stop this, please? Because what we have right now.
Hold on, brother. You already spoke. Hey, brother, you already spoke.
Hold on. Because I want
to. But you already spoke.
I don't understand why I couldn't just finish my
what,
thought.
Q? You've been trying to talk the whole time since you came in.
Like you somebody.
I don't understand why I couldn't just finish my thought.
You can finish your thought, man. This Monday Night Madness, yo. Let them go mad. Go ahead.
So again, I think the reason that Africans in particular may not like the African American culture is because African American culture is actually white trash European culture. The African American culture is adapted from what is considered
hell to no. We're not going to be repeating Thomas Sowell's comments over here, and I'm going to let that slide.
I'm supposed to sit here and let this ride?
Yeah, man, you gotta hit a man out no matter how mad it is.
You out of your rabbit ass mind. You think I gotta hit it out?
You're not finna repeat
Okay, I got next. Okay, I got next.
What African told you that, bro?
Monday Night
Okay, I got next.
It's Monday Night Man. Listen.
Nah, I want to know American Dream. What African told you that?
Sean, let the man finish your dang.
No, because we talk to Africans all the time. So I want to know what African told him that.
Listen, what we're gonna do, we're gonna let him get it out, let him finish, and then beat him up. Yo, it's Monday Night Madness.
Man, don't double back and reiterate. We got there. Don't double back, but go ahead.
Don't double back, but go ahead, yo. If you got double back to get your point, double back, man.
Hey, after Sean spits his bullshit, can I go next?
Sean spit his bullshit.
I want to go after
American Dream. Go ahead,
after everybody, because you just like American Dream. You like American Dream. Go ahead. Like his shadow.
Yeah, I'm glad the person, whoever it was, brought up Thomas Sowell, because you guys like to ask for source, and that is indeed the source. And I would encourage everybody to read Thomas Sowell, because he's one of the
we already beat him up and threw his ass in the pseudo trash can.
I mean, can somebody finish a thought without y'all cutting in? I mean, let's try to know it's madness, but let's.
Go ahead.
But yeah, but just that's the source. I just wanted to try and answer the question. I'm not actually sure why y'all are so mad at the answer, but just to explain why Africans or other Black people that come to America may not love the Black
American
American
culture. You talking about yourself, nigga.
Yo, get this ignorant ass nigga the fuck up out of here, man.
American Dream, where you from, bro? Where you from?
Hey, Sean, mediate this conversation. Somebody.
Sabio is too ignorant to have any conversation. Get him the fuck up out of here, man.
Like American Dream, you too dumb. American Dream, where you from, though? Where you from?
Nah, it's all good. I'm out. Y'all be good. Peace.
No, where you from, though, American Dream? Where you from, bro?
Hey, I ain't let that man finish.
He's from Jamaica.
Man, y'all.
He a fake Jamaican. He comes on everybody's platform spewing that same.
I walked away. What?
He first started, I walked away. I ain't
like Sabio. He comes on in a conversation with dumb niggas like Sabio cut in either.
Oh, do y'all hear? Everybody please. Wait, time out. Listen, look, it's the art of the conversation, yo. So the more ridiculous this shit is, the more we can actually respond and hear why we feel like it's ridiculous. But you gotta give them a chance. Listen, no matter how much you disagree with it, we want to develop the art of conversation, yo. Now, if he talking too long, we gonna cut your motherfucking ass off. But hell, y'all thought I was mad for the last hour. I got beat up, but at least y'all let me say what it was I wanted to say. So, give everybody an opportunity. We want people watching the show to say, no matter how off key I think my statement is, I want to be able to make the statement, yo. Like, trust me with this, yo. You gotta let the man speak. Everything he was saying might not have been wrong. Now, he mentioned the guy name, and let's talk about who the guy
is wrong. He just gave you the source to let you know that he was wrong.
That nigga
I was already pulling it up because, like I said, we don't beat up Thomas Sowell twice in the server.
I don't like that
twice.
Nigga.
Y'all don't
it was about to get ugly.
The dude said the dude said the Jamaican
Thomas
roster.
Sowell is a coon, bro. Like Thomas Sowell is a coon.
The Jamaican roster was right. Dude came on Dagger's roster. Every Black person at the Jamaican roster knew more about
you talking about the white
Rastafarianism than the rosters.
Yeah, he was better than them, yo. He was. The white boy was a little better.
Listen.
Hey, listen, Thomas Sowell is
I'm not listening to nobody tell me about saying Africans hate African Americans because that's been disproven.
This nigga sound dumb as fuck, nigga.
That's been disproven, bro.
But the whole thing, if he said,
I didn't say all.
I don't even know what's going on. Why y'all talking over each other?
No,
not you, Mr. Pete. Not you, Pete. Not you. I'm talking about the American Dream when he came with his craziness.
Yeah, but look, Sean, if the idea is that they hate African culture so much because it's trash, then why would so many people emulate it globally?
Right. They doing drill music right now.
It's fucking stupid. They do it globally, so you don't imitate some shit you hate. You know what I'm saying? That's just crazy. They even say that. They're doing hip hop in China.
Yeah,
they just doing hip hop shit in China.
Yeah, you can look at K-pop. Like if you know what K-pop is, you don't get that shit without R&B and hip hop. That's the same shit. Like everybody around the globe emulate the shit that we did.
They're still embracing the culture. He's saying they think our culture is trash. He said the whole hip hop shit.
No, no. Our culture is trash, though. Let's not play around with that. That is trash.
All right, then you don't
garbage.
Then you don't disagree with him. Then you don't disagree with him. Then.
My culture ain't trash.
Bro, it's fucking sewer, bro. That shit is garbage,
trash. Hold on. Explain to me how my culture trash and everybody wants it.
Nigga, I don't respect you enough to respond to you, so I won't talk.
You don't respect yourself enough. You don't respect yourself enough.
I
like that.
Really, I think
hold on. I got you. Hold on.
Listen, we ain't gonna have personal arguments. We're gonna argue over the issues. It's Monday Night Madness.
Deal with that.
So hold on. So what we're gonna deal with? Hold on. So now the subject gets changed. Get the heat off my damn back. Yeah. So it's African American culture trash.
Yeah, I think it's bullshit. I think it's garbage.
Relax.
100% garbage.
Yo, Cube, slow down, bro. Go ahead, Cube. You think it's trash. Explain to us how you, the number one African American, is trash. Go ahead.
Well, I'm not the number one African American, but thank you for attempting to bestow that great, I guess, somehow.
Go ahead, get the answer, Cube. Don't do it, bro. Go ahead. Spit the answer.
Spit the answer.
Yeah. I think when it comes to African American culture, I think it's bullshit. I think it's all 100% garbage. If I had the ability, I would change it.
No, explain why it's trash.
Why it's trash.
Whoa.
You explaining your dislike.
Get to that. Bro, I swear to God on everything.
Going to wild
get into that, bro.
It's another cool.
Bro, hold on. Just because I'm shitting on it doesn't.
No, we're saying just trim the fat off, bro. Give us the meat, bro. Go ahead, come on.
Bro, I swear to God, I'm getting to that. And what I'm saying is, I think it's all bullshit. And
African Americans swear to God, though, yo. African Americans swear to God, yo. That's an African American. So he's doing a cultural African American thing, and at the same time calling it trash. But go ahead, Q.
Okay, let me make this clear. I was totally wrong on the shit that he was just saying. I was making an exclamation, and that's just what everybody fucking does, no matter the culture. We make exclamations, so you don't know what the fuck you talk about as normal. But what I'm trying to say is that African American culture, as we know it, is bullshit, is garbage. We should do away with it, and we should be trying to reform this shit.
No, explain why it's trash.
Oh, what the fuck? Why niggas keep cutting me off when I'm trying to make a point? Because I don't get that part.
Because you make a monologue before you decide to talk about address the issue,
But listen, how can you get to my points and get around them if you don't even listen, though?
But we already know
we want the point. We don't want all of the other shit. We want the point.
But listen, bro, listen.
Tell us why,
bro. I'm literally making my fucking points, but niggas ain't listening.
No, you explaining your position.
Hold on, listen.
We know your position. You stated it.
Okay.
You think it's trash.
But the first point. Okay, but the first point that I said was that it's garbage and it's trash. That's point number one. Let me get to my next points.
That's your position.
I'm making it clear, bro. Hold on, bro. I'm making it clear. African American culture is bullshit and it's trash. That's point number one. But that's point number one. Yes, bro, I agree. I thought that's what I was doing here.
No, that's your position. Now you got to state why is garbage and trash.
Why?
There'd be your point.
Oh, okay. Well, see, if I had a chance to speak, maybe I would have gotten it. Okay. So
no, you just said what you funny as shit. You go
shit, Christ, bro. Come on.
Okay.
So the chat, Cube, hold on, Cube. The chat said your crown. Hey, yo, the peanut gallery say you're on your crown royal ship.
Okay, whatever, man. Niggas can say whatever they want to say, man. Niggas can.
Cube, what they want is they just want you to be specific.
Let me just get
because when you're being general, it's like people don't know what you're talking about.
Listen, I'm not being general.
I'm gonna put real money on it, Cube, that I don't think that you really truly think that black culture is trash while you're rocking dreadlocks, right?
Listen, I keep getting cut off.
Is it only certain parts of our culture that you think is trash, or all of it? Because you rock dreadlocks.
You look like a rapper.
All right,
say you're a rapper, Cube.
Let me start
with this. You're a rapper on Crown Royal ship, yo.
Start with the why.
Let me start with this. Dreadlocks have nothing to do with fucking black culture.
Yes, it do. Hell, yes, it do.
What are you talking about?
Oh my God! Why niggas can't let me talk? This
you look like a rapper
for like 2 hours.
Because you were so much showed. Because you was a show,
Yo,
bus show.
oh my God. Yo, can I get it in real
I can
quick?
see if you
Can I
said
get
that
like
dreadlocks
Yo, you've been
are in
talking.
other
You
cultures,
couldn't
from
get to
30?
the
don't
Cube.
say
You
that it's
couldn't
not
get to the
part of
point
black
for
culture.
some reason.
Bro,
Now
I'm
everybody else
trying,
want to
nigga.
talk.
You've been talking for
Yo,
like a
niggas
whole
tried.
hour.
So hold on. Can we agree that niggas is cutting me off? But never mind.
Yeah,
Let
but
me
we
get to it.
tried to how long do we?
Okay, listen. I'm coming right now. I'm coming
All
right
right,
now.
come
Okay,
on,
so
come
number
on,
one.
Q.
Okay. So number one, I think that African American culture is trash.
Got it.
Shit.
my God.
What we do is we excuse so much shit that's unnecessary that we don't have to excuse, when we could actually eradicate, not even fuck with, and say, you know what? Nah, that's not what we want to deal with. But we ultimately deal with these things over and over and over because you know what? We'll get castigated just like I just did, just because I got dreadlocks. Whereas
This is not culture. I don't know what you talk, but this is not culture.
Q, you're still not answering the
Maybe
question of
we need
why,
to pull
bro.
up definitions
What
and
makes
agree
it
on points.
trash? What specifically
What
about
happened,
the
man?
culture that makes it trash? You keep telling us you're just talking in circles. Be specific. What makes it trash, bro?
I feel sorry for you.
Okay.
Cube is a teacher.
Well, if that's the questions that you're asking, then okay, let's deal with that specifically.
No. On to the next
Wait.
person, Cube. You can't do this, bro.
Now you're saying no.
Because now it's a hijacking. Now you hijacking the show.
They always trying to be the
Hey,
center.
Cube, I got you, my brother.
Yo, this is crazy.
Hey, Cube, I got you.
The moment that I say, okay, let me give you 5 points of reference, everybody say, no.
Why did you
Let
leave?
me point out some
5
things
points?
to you that would be considered culture to help
I
you
don't
narrow
want
down
to
your
hear
focus,
none of your
sir.
bullshit that you want to point out to me, because none of it is
that
relevant.
can be a part of
and
your
none of it even
culture.
makes sense.
Food, that can be a
Hey,
part
good night,
of
man.
your
I'm not
culture.
finna listen
The
to
way
this
you
dumbass girl
dress
tell me
can
some
be a part
dumbass
of
shit
your
that don't make
culture.
sense.
The way you wear your hair,
Wait a minute.
also part of your
None of
culture.
it's gonna make sense.
You got an objection.
Like that with this nigga out.
You got a first.
Oh, because I call her dumb? Nigga, I call y'all niggas dumb all the time.
I mean, you're the one that's taking an hour to explain something so small.
So hold on, because I call a woman dumb, y'all want to kick me off, but I call y'all niggas dumb all the time.
You a dumbass
Yeah, because you don't have to resort to that.
Yeah, you don't gotta resort to
No,
name.
bro, listen, I don't have to, but we can.
You had a choice, bro. You had a choice.
You definitely had a choice in that.
Listen,
Tobacco choice.
okay, listen. But hold on, but what happens? But what happens when I call y'all? But what happens when I call y'all niggas dumb? Nobody don't feel no type of way.
Yeah, but you're not specifically
Okay, then, so
calling
what the
us
fuck
dumb
is the
because
big
we
deal?
men. But you're not
But what the
specifically calling us. Hold on, let me talk.
Nah,
You're not specifically
hold on.
calling.
For that infraction, I put his ass.
Building up when you look across your table and you see that
playing that?
man you just got through talking to.
Y'all gotta mute
looking
that.
you dead in your eyes.
Y'all gotta
brother.
mute that. Mute that.
It's going down. Make no excuses. Make
Is
no
that
play.
mine?
Oh man, I don't understand.
How did he make it in here?
That's you,
Our family. That's all
That
I'm
ain't me, man.
Yes, it is. You got YouTube up.
Oh my God, yo came in like the Holy Ghost. Listen, I had
What was you listening to? Church?
Listen, so let's say this. Listen. I don't appreciate Q because he didn't get that slick with the men on this motherfucker. He got slick with the sister. He got real. It was like some deep ingrained shit that he hit the sister with. He didn't do that to none of us, yo. He was like that's a sister. Like that ain't how we doing it around here, yo. First of all, it's Monday Night
You don't
Madness.
like black people.
Yeah, come on, Q, man. Listen, Q, listen. It's Monday Night Madness, but you definitely just went mad.
Twice,
yo, in one show. Come on, yo, we don't have a culture of disrespecting the sisters, yo. That ain't what African Americans do, dog. I don't feel like it's trash. Do we got a lot of work to put into our culture? Of course, but all fucking cultures do the same shit. It's not like I'm tired of people making us outliers. That's crazy. We don't stick together. That's not true. We stick together about as much as everybody else do. So we got a lot of learning to do, a lot of things to do. Yo, the culture is new and we growing, but what we not gonna say is trash. We all do this. Trash? What do you mean? You're calling yourself trash. You swearing to God? How many motherfuckers swear to God? Y'all swear to God, yo. How many cultures do that? I swear to Allah, yo. It's the African American culture, man. Relax. The hair all locked up like you in fucking Jamaica. You ain't a Jamaican nigga. You was born here. African Americans do that. African Americans come on the show and talk shit. Yeah, that's what we do. So we cool. Where you at, Cuban? Put you back in vocation, man.
Man, like if you don't specify what,
yeah,
we can't even rebut. If you just like y'all niggas gotta admit the shit's trash, bro, and you just like you gotta be. What is the food trash? Is the music trash? Then we can build on it. But if you just talking around it, we can't even connect.
Come on,
hey, can I address what he actually said though? Because he
Can I
did
address something
say,
that he was
What he
actually
said?
saying too?
he said that he think it's trash because we let stuff slide or we let stuff go that we should eradicate.
Like
And
what?
my response to that is, in every society, you have what it seems to be that when people say the African American culture is trash, is they're usually saying that the poor culture is trash. Because if you look at the behavior of people who don't have power, you tend to compare it with people who have power, and then you see like
it's a great point.
What goes on in our you see what goes on in our community, and you act like it's just our community when it's just humanity.
It's yeah, so and it's just it's a poverty thing. They equate poverty with African Americans. Yo, that is a great fucking point, and I ain't even gotta say nothing because
and
you just killed it.
That's what I was finna say, and that's one of the big things. A lot of people do. Moo did actually just kill it, but see, the other thing is he wants to try to put the murder and all the crime and that's going on in the community like it doesn't happen in other communities. You understand? Like other cultures or other people, communities aren't having these same crime problems with, so we gotta stop looking past things like that and accept
like billionaire Epstein has a whole pedophile island. So when he say that our culture is like, oh, we letting stuff go that we should be checking, every culture got a lot of stuff going on that they should be checking. That's human behavior. That's not culture.
That's why humanity. If you say one thing is bad, right? This African American culture is bad, then you have to juxtapose that with which culture is good. You see me?
Yeah,
then we have
it's even deeper than that because African American, we are a subculture.
Right.
Our culture, we're actually just Americans.
Yeah, but like, even still, you still have to justify with a culture that's good so we can examine the one that's good and say, okay, this one has that, we don't, right? But you will still see the flaws in the other culture too if you put them up. Even if you pick Jews, right? You can still see the flaw in that culture because everything within a culture ain't exactly what you want.
Yeah, but that's a religious. This is the issue. African Americans, when you say African Americans, you are talking about Americans. So everything that African Americans do, right? It's is a form of Americanism.
On a macro, but not on a micro.
Yeah, is Americanism. So you would say, what do African Americans do that you would say it's our culture? It will be nothing but segments of what Americans
rap
do.
Music,
soulful. But that's just American music. It's an American music form.
It's American music now.
No, everybody, all Americans participate in rap music.
Yeah, but that comes from our culture. Like we gave that to the society, so it's still ours even though we participate.
Who?
African Americans.
Right, and what are African Americans?
Jamaican, and
yeah, I mean we're Americans, but
Americans.
Yeah, but
so they were made.
Of course, but that's what I'm saying. On a macro level, we're all American. We live in America,
right?
Just like we use Kenya, everybody's Kenyan. But on a macro level, on a micro level, those different people, different tribes contribute to what Kenya is. You know what I'm saying? And other people in Kenya might participate in what those other tribes do, but they still get it from that tribe. You know what I'm saying? So they associate soul food with African American, even though you can get it in America. right? They associate rap music with African American. They associate
it's two things. It's two things that's going on: is nationality and ethnicity.
No, I'm talking about culture.
Right. So come on now. Your nation has a culture, right? And then you have different ethnic groups inside that nation.
Yeah.
Right.
But specifically
so you would say our ethnicity is the cultural ethnicity is African American.
However you want to phrase it.
And even there, I couldn't even agree with it.
Yeah, however you want to phrase it. I'm just talking about the actual, whatever you want to call it, the actual culture itself. Like you don't go to a European house in America and see the type of foods you would see in an African American home. The dinner table would be, the dinner dish would be different.
What, spaghetti?
Not true, bro. That's not true.
All of us eat spaghetti.
But see, that's
all of us
different.
eat fried chicken.
Everybody, but see,
all Americans like watermelon. Like what?
Listen, Americans also eat tacos.
Right.
Right, but tacos is Mexican food. That's culturally Mexican, though, right?
Right, but now it's Americanized. Taco Bell.
Yeah,
most
now
Mexicans don't like Taco Bell. Americans like Taco Bell.
Exactly.
Now it's Americanized.
I agree, but culturally, tacos are Mexican. Culturally,
yeah, but Taco Bell is American.
Yeah, we eat Jamaican food as American.
I don't eat no Jamaican food.
There's Jamaican restaurants in Jamaica, but that food culturally is Jamaican. Even though you can make a Uncle Sam Jamaican spot with white people serving it, the food still is culturally Jamaican.
So what's culturally African American food?
Soul food.
What?
Whether it be collard greens, hoppin' johns, okra soup.
What?
Who?
What is that?
Yeah, well, I'm Geechee. I'm Gullah, so hoppin' johns. It's like rice. It's like kind of black eyed peas mixed with rice.
Hoppin' john. It's old school.
I have no idea what that is.
I don't know how. Damn, that's some geek shit anyway.
That's Carolina. That's Texas. That's the hoppin' john. You don't know about that?
Apparently they don't.
Oh yeah. So y'all really know about African American culture. Now you're schooling me.
I didn't even think that was. I didn't think that was gonna be a stopping point. Y'all even fucked me up with that. I was like, hold on, what?
Yeah. See, you really know about African American culture because I never even heard of no shit like that.
Yeah.
Chitlins. That's African American.
Well, it kind of is, you know what I'm saying, because but we eat the poorest part of the pig. But yeah, but even like okra soup, you feel me? Like those things come out of that African American diaspora, so to speak. Okay. So those things are still culturally out, and even the rap music is culturally ours. Even though you see it in China, that's culturally. You know what I'm saying? It traces back to us. So I'm saying, so that's culturally ours. I mean, that's kind of my point. So I still see that as culture. I mean, that's why I was wanting to get Q's point. Like, now, if you're talking about like not allowing something, you can't necessarily. That's not necessarily culture. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's bad decisions.
Oh, so Cube don't like the food. The food is trash. That's a part of the culture. So you're saying African American food is garbage and trash, Q, and you would say our music, right, which is a cultural trait, is trash. But like Max said, we equate poverty to African Americans and the different things that come along with people in poverty. You know what I mean? Gets put on African Americans like that's our culture. And that wouldn't be our culture. That's a condition. You know what I mean? Poverty is a condition. It's not cultural. You know what I mean? Because when African Americans can move out of that condition into middle class, they don't practice the same shit that they practiced when they was in poverty. So, yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah, Cube. Mac knocked you out the box with that one.
Yeah, and even violence within a neighborhood. You can't now if you want to say, gangs, you know what I'm saying? That could be that's a negative part of culture because there's gang culture. You know what I'm saying? That runs prevalent.
That didn't start out as African American culture. You gotta understand that's something that we adopted.
But even though we adopted it, now it's a part of the culture because now when you go all over the
Italians have a mafia culture.
Yeah, I ain't saying. That's not.
That's not good. Italians
that's not
don't.
A good thing.
White people had gangs.
Yeah, but
they were the first gangs in America. European immigrants. That's what gangs in New York
but
talk about.
We embrace that a little more differently
than Italians do the same thing with the mafia.
They don't like that shit.
The mafia ain't really right like that. They're down there obsolete.
Here, Black said it perfectly. Gangs is American culture.
We like the mafia more than the, you know what I mean? We glorify that shit.
You love that shit, guys.
We.
But gang has become a intricate part of African American culture. I think we got to agree with that. Now we can. Now where do you get it from?
Else?
Huh?
Same as everybody else.
Okay, now do you want to do the blood population per capita by race and see how that shit work out? GDs, folks, vice lords.
If you study how gangs started in America, these were usually European immigrants who had to protect themselves against the law, and they started shaking themselves down.
You creating a whole nother dialogue. I said it's a part of the culture now. Like I'm not saying who started it or the origins of it. I'm talking about present day 2021. Gang culture is a prevalent part of African American culture, like it or not.
It's a prevalent part of everybody's culture. Everybody commits crime.
I'm talking about being in a gang. Blood.
All right, let me ask you this question.
Blood.
Let me ask you this question. Would you consider the KKK a gang?
Oops.
No.
The Ku Klux Klan.
No.
You consider them a gang. Why not? They were a gang.
What block they on?
They started out as gang.
No. I mean, I can go to when I pull up in Compton, I know who I do.
I understand what you're saying, but
instead of drawing this out, just pull up the definition of what a gang is considered.
Yeah, but I answer your
question.
Exactly.
That's why I asked.
But I answered the question though. I told you. I said no. I don't think they're a gang.
What do you think they are?
They're a gang.
To be specific, they're considered a terrorist organization.
What the fuck?
That's why I asked. That's why I asked, because people, we let the words or how words are changed actually define what groups are, and they're still a gang. They're a gang. Do they allow any other people to join? Can any black people go join the KKK?
No, but that's okay. But anybody can join the Bloods. Anybody can become a damn blood.
So see the gang. So it's more of a social organization with the Bloods and the Crips.
KKK is
social
great.
Organization that does what? Gang activity, gang-like activity. Gangs have mission and ideas. These gangs aren't pushing anything forward. They're out killing each other. What was the KKKs and the mafias doing back then? They were pushing agendas forward. They were getting things pushed forward. Gangs move things forward. Gangs have always been around. You've had good gangs and bad gangs.
I don't even know that. Is gang a part of African American culture? Because that's all I said. Like, I'm trying to figure out. You agree or disagree?
I say they are now. They became a part of our culture due to what? Adaptability. And being in this America.
And that's all I said. So there shouldn't be no disagreement. That's all I said.
But
I was
just trying to get y'all to understand what gangs are, because the police are a gang.
No, I would say that would be a negative part of African American. That I would say that as a negative part of African American culture. But no culture is perfect. You know what I'm saying? That's why I said if you pick a culture, there's gonna be some shit in there I don't like. You know what I'm saying? That's the whole. I mean, that's the whole point. But I don't know. I just thought it was weird. Like, American Dream saying it. And I know
what was he saying? We got off of that point. I had went and let my dog out.
He was saying Africans don't like African Americans because African American culture is European culture, and the shit's trash. That's basically what he said.
I don't like Africans. so them not liking me, it don't hurt me. So I don't want people to feel like they have to be hurt because some Africans don't like them. Like I don't like Africans. Like like it might sound ignorant on a platform like this.
But they like madness.
I'm not fond of Africans. Like
speak on the shit.
Yeah, I mean, and
how did you get to that position?
And I tell them this, right? Because I cut hair and I have a lot of African clientele. And we talk regular.
Crazy.
Like I have relationships with Africans.
That's
right?
why it's even more crazy what you saying right now.
Yeah, like I have relationships with them and we talk like this. See, a lot of people don't have relationship with Africans from the continent. So it sounds a little harsher when they said I've been cutting a group of Africans since they've been little kids. Now they grown men, right? They work, so now they traveling, and it's like I think it's like 12 of them, right? That's in my rotation, and they all friends, and they all grew up in the same neighborhood, right? And I talk to them a lot. And I sit when I'm cutting their hair, all I do is joke them about being African. That's all I do. I mean, you're a fucking African. Like that, you would say that you're a fucking African. That's all I say to them. And I don't like them, but I like them. I don't like them because they know they arrogant, right? And they even say like, yo, I'm cool, but my parents is real ignorant towards African Americans. Like they more ingrained into the culture where, you know, they went to school with African Americans and stuff. So they're a little bit more relaxed, but you see it in them. You dig what I'm saying? And I tell them all the time, I don't like them. And I know that they look down on us, these Africans, right? And they let it be known that their family is even worse than them. Worse than
yeah.
you know
Now,
what I mean?
I had an African roommate, so like she put me up on, like when I first came to Atlanta, I didn't know the drill, and she put me up on game because, you know, I got with her. She's from Eritrea, so but you know what I mean. And she would tell me, you know what I'm saying, like she would tell me which one of her girlfriends date African Americans.
Right.
Like yeah, like
and
you
that's
know
the issue.
Yeah, because
right.
You know what I'm saying? But they gotta keep that. They gotta keep that shit on the low, like you dating a white girl.
Oh man, I talked to this African girl, right?
Yeah,
and she lets it be known her mother's a pharmacist, right? Got her own little clinic or whatever, right? So they do real good, but she talks about how her mother and them talk about African Americans, like. Because me and her are cool, we have a relationship. She don't hide how her family and how her people talk about us. You dig what I'm saying? So if somebody gonna act like, you know, saying that Africans don't like African Americans, well, I don't feel no type of way about that because most Africans that I met that haven't been my cup of tea either. You dig what I'm saying? Like, so I don't know. I don't feel no type way about that. It's not a big thing. That don't make us not African, right? All Africans don't like each other either. I just watched the video where goddamn Nigerians and South Africans was having a goddamn shootout.
Yeah, they can go ham.
But see, that's tribal.
Right. So it shouldn't be a big thing if Africans and African Americans don't like each other, right? I grew up in a neighborhood full of Jamaicans, and Jamaicans and African Americans didn't get along that well. It's okay. Like now
everybody's not supposed to like each other.
Now when certain issues arose, we stuck together, right? If certain music we all vibe with, We all went to the Jamaican stores, right? We went to school with them. So, you know, we've been in their houses. But for the most part, yeah, it's a Jamaican African-American issue. I guarantee you in New York and places that have a large Latino population, it's the same thing, yo. It's okay. Cultures are gonna clash.
Yeah, I got along with Jamaica though. My baby mama Jamaican, but I feel like though. I feel it.
Yeah, cultures have disagree. Like we
But
tribal people.
Y'all
Like,
want to know what the problem is?
But it's a cultural thing with my baby mama, and I'll let you go, Savio. Like the temperament, so drastically different. You know what I'm saying? That should be an issue sometimes. Even my Jamaican partners, you know what I'm saying? But my baby mama especially. Go ahead, Savio.
But the problem is, we try to make everything universal. So we try to make Africans and African Americans universal because of the struggle, you know, because of the common bond that we all share through what through the traumatization of being Europeanized by these Europeans, no matter how you look at it. And because of that, we feel like that should be the link where we should have some type of mutual understanding and agreement to where we should get along, other than just besides the skin color, besides race. You know, that should be the link. So other than us being African Americans, the struggle should be the reason why we all should get along. But that isn't reasonable. No, that isn't realistic.
It's different experiences. They experience the world. They experience the world different than us.
Exactly.
So that's the issue.
Everybody has to take into consideration.
Yeah, they have different experiences. That's all. You know what I mean? Like they some of them look at it like, yo, we should be taking advantage of what we have over here.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of, you know, I think the biggest issue that they say to me is that we don't take advantage, you know what I mean, of like they don't deny that racism is real, but they always look like, yo, why worry about that? Like, yo, you supposed to be getting money. That's how they look at you. Are in the opportunity to better yourself. Like, we don't have what y'all have over here. You know what I mean? Like, we not coming over here worried about racism. Yo,
now,
we here for a mission. They like
that
that be their biggest argument to me, because I be talking about racism. And they be looking like, why do you care? Because racism really means something to African Americans.
Right.
So like they don't view it the same way because they got different experiences. You know what I mean? Like he talk about one of them, he explains, right, how they have rolling blackouts, right? Like their electricity don't even stay on all day, right? And he talked about in Lagos, that's a developed city. So like all of the stuff that he talked about, you dig what I'm saying? And he looked like, yo, and you will worry about whether white people don't like you or not. They not stopping you from doing nothing. You know what I mean? That be their, you know, mindset. But for me as an African American, I be looking like, yo, I see what he's saying, but that shit just hit different for me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Can I interject?
So let me say this.
Let's save you, then go ahead, Adrian.
Okay.
Because what you said is something that I talk about a lot with different races of people. They say that to me a lot. Why are African Americans so lazy? Why are we taking advantage of the opportunity they come over and they take advantage of? I hear this from my Indian friends who came from Nepal, my African friends who I talk to these people on a regular basis. They say this consistently.
Most immigrants, so it's an immigrant issue.
Yeah.
Right.
So let me ask you this. Do you think they don't actually see the things that we actually go through, or do you think it's because a lot of African Americans are facing and are looking for a handout instead of wanting and going to pull them and wanting to pull themselves up?
Brenda Sims said, my argument is, why don't you apply to say hustle in your country? Like, get the fuck out of here. Hey, my thing is this though. I think like culturally it's so different, right? Like, let's say you come from a country that's not developed. Oh, go ahead, Ed. My bad. Go ahead.
Let me hit y'all with something else too that is very interesting.
Stay on topic.
I'm staying on topic. Let me hit y'all with something that's also very interesting. There are a lot of Black immigrants who are all around the world who look at African Americans as not only a beacon of hope when it comes to fighting against like white supremacy, but they also look at us as like a source of like culture almost, because like people don't know that American movies, you know, are always distributed, you know, like nationally. Like I have a friend of mine who's
globally, globally.
Yeah, globally. I have a friend of mine who is from, well, I have several friends who are from Brazil who are Afro-Brazilians. And they told me that when like Black Panther came out, the Black population in Brazil was like, you know, oh my God, I don't get to see, you know, Black superheroes, you know, whoop-de-woo. And I'm gonna add one last thing as well. I managed to talk to Robin Walker a year ago, the guy who wrote When We Ruled. I interviewed him, and he even told me, like, when we're talking about Black Britain, they also look at us as like a, you know, a beacon of hope. Like they looked at Spike Lee when he made, you know, Do the Right Thing, and all of the music and stuff that, you know, that they see and that they try to emulate, they get that from us. So, you know, when these Black immigrants try to come over here and you know, talk all stuff on us, I'm like, hey, at the end of the day, y'all copy my people and y'all can go somewhere else with that.
Yeah, I just think like culturally it's like if you come from an economy that's, say, it's not stable, right? And let's say you taking a job for $8 an hour that an African American will decline, right? They may look at that as laziness, right? Because they don't understand the capitalism part of it, right? They don't understand that if you take that $8 an hour,
what I was trying to get into.
You're making us suffer now, because if that job gets filled at $8 an hour, they'll never pay you 10. You see what I'm saying? And we need to make more than 8 to survive. Like, you know, you can take that 8, send it back to, say, Mexico, and y'all good off that 8. We can't ship our dollars nowhere else and be good off that 8. You know what I'm saying? Our dollars got to be good right here where we are. You know what I'm saying? So that dynamic makes shit extremely complicated. I mean, extremely complicated.
That's a very good point you just brought up, because this is something that I try to get my friend, my African friend, my Senegalese friend Gerald to understand. We talk about it all the time. He just told me last week that he had to send some money back to his cousin over there in Africa, and he didn't have the money, but he was able to send it. And I'm like, but he tells me he worked 4 jobs, and I'm like, well, of course, you're working 4 jobs because you're supporting people all the way back in Africa, and the money that you're sending him is going to help him do what? Pay the bills that he needs to
pay. Yeah. Should I drop a link in the
so
chat?
That is it.
Really
us being lazy.
Yeah, the shit's complicated.
Doing what you have to do for you and your family that you're taking care of, that you're actually trying to get over here.
Yeah, it's a different experience though. We had the same kind of argument even when we was going. I think it was me, Chef, Fritz, and Cedric. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes they don't, because the experience is different. Sometimes they don't identify with how we view racism. So I'm saying, so it's a disconnect.
Yeah, that's the issue for me, and that'd be my biggest issue with them. You know what I mean?
Disconnect.
Like I really, you know what I mean? I be like, yo, how y'all don't, you know what I mean? Like how y'all feel like we making this shit up? You feel me?
But it's like they don't got a history embedded in it like that right here. You know what I'm saying? Like you know, like they can see Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, and it means something to them, right? But it don't mean something to them like how it means something to us. Or when we look at that time period, like we feel that shit.
Yeah.
I'm saying
it's our history. It's the same way they will feel their Nigerian history. It means something to them. The same way Jews, right, who went through like they will feel Holocaust means something to them. Racism and what we went through in this country means something to us. That's a part of who we feel like we are. So we never want to disconnect from that and act like, oh, that shit ain't nothing. Like our people actually was held back from that. You know what I mean? That shit put us back generations. You dig what I'm saying? Our grandparents couldn't do certain things and wasn't afforded the possibility to better their families because of racism. That shit directly affects us to this day. So we'll never, you know what I mean, act like that shit don't matter. You know, like, but immigrants, I don't think immigrants are saying that, but that's how it comes off to us. I think they be really trying to say, yo, y'all have opportunity to move forward. Now just do it. And we take that as like, yo, you want us to forget about how these, you know what I mean? So yeah, I think it's a disconnect in how they are saying it versus what they are saying. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Because some people you talk to, you know, the intent is not malice.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
But Africans are so direct, right? like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
When you talk to them, they like talk. It's like they talking down to you for having your cultural point of view. If it don't align with theirs, they can be very condescending sounding. You know what I mean? So
yeah. I know what you mean. But you know, and in effect too, you know, like Africans, like I used to drive a Uber, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you know, like the Africans got to connect at the hotel. You know what I'm saying? Like all the luxury ride, right? Because I used to drive the SUVs, you know, the black cars and shit. So they got to connect with the African that work inside. I'll do the door service shit. So they get to park at the side and they hook their other drivers up. You know what I'm saying? Hook the African drivers up and shit with the gigs and shit. So you know what I'm saying? So and you know, they got they set up their own little area exclusively and pretty much separate from African American culture, which I don't have a problem with. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, shit, you know, that like you shouldn't have a problem if we do the same.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And check the move. I was in New York last weekend, right? The weekend before last. Just ran up there real quick. Me and my girl stayed in Times Square.
Yeah.
And she decided to not go in the bathroom and smoke, right?
Yeah.
She ended up smoking in the room.
Yeah.
Fucking fire alarm went off.
Hell no, shit.
I'm like, oh, we about to get put out this motherfucker, right? So, I mean, she smoked it out. So I'm opening the window. I'm like, yo, they about to come up because you can't turn it off. They got to turn it off from downstairs.
Yeah.
Next thing I know, I hear a knock on the door. I'm like, shit. African came in there. Once opened his mouth, I said, this bitch ass nigga gonna put us out, yo. I was like, this bitch ass nigga gonna put us out. Cause he gonna smell it. It's nowhere in the world. Yeah. You feel me? But end up being cool and that shit, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So like we have a real bad perception of each other.
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it is what it is. At first, when I seen him, I'm like, oh, that's a young black dude. You know what I mean? He cool. But then when he opened his mouth, I'm like, oh, shit. It's one of these motherfuckers.
Let me ask the panel this. Do we approach the other races of people the way we approach Africans?
I think so.
We approach them the same way?
I think we go at Africans a little bit harder.
Why?
I think because we expect more.
Why are we more open to the Arabs and the Indians and those races than we are with Africans?
I don't think it's about openness. I think we expect more from Africans,
right?
Because because what we push from early, Marcus Garvey,
right?
Pan-Africanism. We are people go back to Africa. So I'm saying, so when we come in contact with Africans from the continent, we have an expectation. I guess it's the motherland. You want love from your mom, so to speak. So when we don't get it, it's like, damn, you the last person out here.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So it hurts way deeper than if an Arab, I expect that from an Arab. You know what I'm saying? Or Chinese. I'm not that offended. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I mean? But shit, African, like, yo, man, shit. Now I always wanted to go to Africa type shit. It's like, come on, bro. Like, yeah, it hurts a lot more.
Allow me to interject momentarily.
Go for it, man.
Couple things I want to say. I might get a little long with it, but I'll try to keep it short. So, one, a couple months back, it was a boxing event. One of the fighters that was the favorite and contender and all this stuff, African guy, okay? They had the press conference, and he made comments basically saying, he was pure blood and he flew over here on a plane. He didn't come over here on a boat and things of that nature. Oh yeah, he went in.
I hope he got his bitch ass knocked out.
He almost did. He got his ass whooped. But the point is,
alhamdulillah,
brought that kind of sentiment to the table. Now, based off of what we said so far, based off of our history and what we've gone through as a people, would you all agree, even though our power is not consolidated power, but our influence is very strong, very powerful, makes us appear to be very powerful globally to different people in the diaspora? Do y'all feel like people kind of take that and have an issue with that somewhat? And to the point that you just made earlier, I think sometimes as far as our feelings towards African people, especially when we come in contact with them in peace and it gets contentious, because of their attitudes, we have a deep down feeling that, you all partially are the catalyst for what happened to us type of thing. So what do y'all think about that?
In Maryland, right? A lot of the Africans take jobs as correctional officers, right? So being that's the situation. Most Black people in the Maryland area experience Africans when they're locked up. So those Africans are going to be in charge of them. So you know what I mean? Like immediately, if you meet Africans in the prison system, right, as correctional officers, you will always look at them as being an enemy. Now, jail culture then comes out into the African American community. It's the people in jail, they bring that same culture into regular society. Like a lot of stuff, you see men, young African Americans portraying, it comes out of jail culture. You dig what I'm saying? So that it is crazy. Like here, I don't know if it's like that in other places, but for the most part, in the Maryland correctional facilities, a lot of the damn correctional officers and the staff is African. So that's an issue right there. You know what I mean? So
I think part of that too is like traditionally, and along with being a police officer, those are not the jobs that the African Americans shy away from. Like that can be respectable in the African community more than it is in the African American community. Like we might not trip, but it ain't no honor in it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You feel me? Like, but as an African, you can do that and you go back home to your family and in the community. Like, all right, good job. You know what I mean? But in our community, you know, I mean,
I'm not locking my people up for a living. Like, what the fuck? Like that's how I look at it, you know what I mean? Like, so you go to your job 12 hours a day is locking Black people up. Like, I don't. But like, you gotta get a job. I don't knock people, like, but it's crazy to me. You know what I mean? It's crazy.
Hey, can I jump in?
Go ahead, Montoya. What's up, Montoya?
Okay, what's up, King? I only been on for like maybe 6, 7 or 8 minutes, maybe 10 at the most, but watching before I clicked on.
Oh shit, mental. What is it called?
Mental dialogue.
Mental dialogue. Let's get with Black soccer teams, man. Let's get it. What's up?
What's up, everybody? I think I got. I think I've got the gist of what y'all discussion, and so is the dialogue. Make sure I got it right. It's just kind of like the differences in the dialogue between African Americans versus Africans, like the contention and stuff. Is that kind of what the dialogue?
Basically, yeah.
Okay, got it. I want to make sure I had it right. So I did a show on this a few years ago, and we really nailed it down. And it's just really missing a little history. So basically, the contention that exists, we're unaware of it as African Americans, but we created it in the beginning years ago and is unaware of it. So what happens was when America finally opened up its immigration and started allowing Africans to come here a little more, which really started somewhat in the 60s. And they were still pretty restrictive on it or whatever. Like they would let a bunch of other cultures come here more than Africans, if you will, or whatever. But long story short about the immigrations, I mean, we understand that America's has always kind of, especially, you know, as it got more established as a government, it was always in a sense pulling the best from other cultures to come to America or whatever, because that's to the advantage of the country. So with that said, when the first Africans finally started getting let in the country in the late 60s, early 70s, well, when they would come here, because of how they were different, so the Africans literally would come here, and their assumption was that they would be embraced by African Americans or Blacks or whatever we called them at the time. So that was their assumption. Well, because they were so different, and because of our own self-hatred to a degree, I'm talking about just subconsciously within the culture or whatever. A lot of times the Blacks would treat them the worst or whatever. Like, you know, like I'm 47, so I'm not even talking about when I grew up.
African booty scratcher.
Yep, exactly where I was about to go.
Definitely we would call them that, right?
Right. That's exactly where I was about to go. So you can imagine that we was hearing it by the time we was young. That had already been happening for a decade. So then the immigration started letting more Africans in. And that continued to happen for a decade. So by the 80s, when they opened up immigration to more Africans in the 80s, they had a decade of a few Africans who had been here that they now forewarned the new Africans that African Americans don't fuck with you. They don't fuck with you. So since they don't fuck with you, it's better that we keep to ourselves. So it's like in Atlanta, we have that contention. And we're like, dang, the Africans got this whole street, you know, they got all their businesses together, whatever.
You already know.
And we'll say, hey, they don't fuck with us. We're saying it 40 years removed from the fact that we created it 40 years ago. So we're looking at, they don't fuck with us, but they got taught by the first 10 years of Africans who took the licks trying to embrace us. And at the time, our self-hatred was so bad that we, you know, because we joined in our community. So, you know, we join each other bad. So when Africans come through who can't speak the language and looking different, they like, oh shit.
They didn't understand that they was gonna get that same shit because we do it to ourselves.
They got it worse.
Right.
It wasn't same. Like, let's be honest. It wasn't the same. It was worse. So we wouldn't befriend them. So the African would have a little white friend back then because no Blacks would fuck with them. They was dirty. They was this. They was that. So they would. So that first 10 years. So now that is still the sentiment due to the first 10 years of when they first were allowed to immigrate to this country. So they now, because here's the truth. So now they do come here and don't fuck with us. And we take it as they don't fuck with us. But the truth is, we still don't fuck with them. Now, once you get past your cultural stuff and start loving yourself, you can make those relationships. But until you get rid of the own self-racism that you're going to be taught in American school systems, until you start to love yourself, you don't even think to make a relationship with an African.
So do they participate in it though? Come on, Montoya.
It's all good points. Let me ask you this.
I mean, because I agree with you. I agree with your point.
I see where
come on now. It's two different peoples. Now you gotta explain their situation.
Okay, I'll bring this side. Okay, here's their side. So what happens is, so you got the first decade telling them that African Americans don't fuck with you, which, if we're honest, is about truth. Now, here's the other thing. So you got the first 10-year decade telling, look, stick to yourselves, make your moves. So most Africans that come here come out of class situations. So they don't have a concept of racism whatsoever, because everybody Black where they from in most cases, right? So this concept of racism, they've heard about it. They're not for or against it, but they just don't kind of understand it. So the reality with the way the U.S. markets itself, most Africans are coming here because, to a degree, it's the land of milk and honey to a degree, right? That's U.S. does a great job of marketing itself. And so they're coming here, one, looking for opportunity. They've been told, don't fuck with us. So the only thing they know, especially now, due to media being like it is, so the only thing they know, generally speaking, of African Americans is what they see on TV. So we already know the detriment that the media does to our own children as African Americans, the detriment of never seeing us in positive lights, only seeing us as, I'm talking about with the mass media producers. Mm-hmm. So it's gonna sound like I'm forgiving Africans, but the reality is we worry about the bad shit we get ourselves from mass media. You can't expect anybody, not just Africans, anybody from outside of the United States, not to think Blacks are exactly what they see on TV, because outside of the United States, their media is just our movies. It's just our movies. So everybody, generally speaking, comes to America with a bad assumption about who African Americans are.
Dangerous.
So they got a bad assumption, and they got their previous people here that says African Americans don't fuck with you. And we can't lie, because generally speaking, we don't. I'm just telling you psychologically what it is. I'm not even talking about right or wrong. If we're honest, we started it when they first started immigrating here in the 60s. But now, 40 years removed, we say the Africans don't fuck with us, not knowing it was started by our descendants before us that made the Africans not fuck with us. The first 10 years, they wanted to fuck with us, and we wouldn't.
Good point. Now, I'm glad you brought that up, because this is where I was going from the initial onset.
I got a question.
So now I'm posing this to the panel. Hold on a second, brother. I'm posing this to the panel. Now, based off of what has been said so far, okay, how do we on a grander scale bridge those gaps?
Yeah, I would love to talk about that, but I'll let somebody else jump in, and then I'll give my thoughts. I don't want to dominate. So
yeah, go ahead, Xavier. I think Xavier was trying to say something.
Oh, American Dream back in here too. This was his conversation.
Lane
trying to figure out how poor Africans got here.
How what?
Poor Africans.
Some, I mean, I see where you're going with it. I mean, some would be refugees, but right. In a lot of cases, though,
more cases they're not. The forwards are refugees in more cases than not.
In a lot of cases, too, you're looking at Africans who are on a different class level than the Americans.
Yeah, they're not poor, most of them that come here, but the ones that are definitely typically refugees.
Okay, so I can understand the ones that aren't poor, but the poor ones, I don't.
You gotta talk louder, Xavier, I swear.
I'm not talking loud enough. I thought I was.
We can hear you now.
Going in and out
for a second. You were going in and out. We couldn't hear you for a second.
My bad. I thought I was yelling.
Can't hear you now.
Y'all, can you hear me now?
Yes. Yeah.
I was just trying to figure out how the poor Africans got here.
Yeah, it's usually refugees in that case. Because here's the reality.
I can understand the refugees. I wasn't tripping off the refugees.
Yeah, because if you go, I'm in Stone Mountain. I'm not in Stone Mountain now, but if you go and especially in like Clarkston,
Yeah, they own that shit.
Yeah, heavy. You know what I'm saying? But not just them. Like niggas, I don't even know what they are. Like I'm like, they ain't Mexican. Like, but that's like a heavy refugee community in that whole little area right there, Clarkson. Like, yeah, a lot of Africans over there.
Yeah, they got a lot of business over there or whatever. They stay to themselves, but they got that from what happened in the 60s and 70s. And it works for them.
I can see your point. I can see that point. But it just seemed like it's two parts, though. You know what I'm saying?
We just can't excuse them motherfuckers. I can't.
I feel like we missed the part.
Montoya, that's a good explanation.
Hold
on. It's a good explanation, and everything is always our fucking fault, yo. That's where the shit like it turned like God damn.
We stay so assholes.
No. It was a beautiful point.
Can't be that. That's what the fuck happened.
No. It's a beautiful point you made. But I'm not gonna blame that shit on us. So we gotta take the rap for everything.
Like, come on, but how about this though? How about this? As hard as that is, your only reason for not is how it fucking feels. We ain't got no other explanation than that's what the fuck really happened.
So it couldn't
hold
have been.
Hold on.
So
why? Why is it we got to come up with the explanation as to why that is? Why aren't the?
So that's what the fuck happened. That's not an explanation.
Hold up.
Well, all immigrants treat us like that. So now with the African, it's a specific. It's a specific reason that we made the African not like us. But all other immigrants treat us the same way.
I already answered. I said, I told you what specifically happened to the Africans. Then I expanded and said, because of how U.S. media works outside of this country, all groups come to America thinking the same way. You can't expect the African to act different when the media only shows us in one light. Okay. It would be like I brought it home. I said inside of America, we have to protect our own kids from thinking of black people are fucked up. So you can't expect somebody outside of America to own that never get to see us in a good light. Like, you doing this show, I do my show, because if anybody points their children towards in this direction, we go against the media narrative. So it'd be silly to think anybody outside of America would have a different viewpoint.
No, we accept that explanation, but it's the
one.
I'm saying,
what I'm saying, Chef
it's the one before, because before that you kind of put before that you put the blame completely at our feet, like. You know what I'm saying?
That's what happened when they first got here. That is what happened.
That could be.
I'm not even trying to put blame. I'm just telling you what the fuck happened.
But I'm not saying that didn't happen in some cases, but you still have classes.
In most cases, like show me.
You still have
African Americans embrace Africans at any point.
But you still would have classes of Africans coming over who are financially okay,
right?
So who may not be opening doors or opening their business to African Americans and just and you know what I mean, and keeping them out. You know what I'm saying? They still gonna have a different.
So help me understand this. So you're saying somebody, because here's the truth. People really, most of the world never moves. Like, that's the context that most people don't understand. Like, immigration are usually the people that immigrate are the best of their people. So
you already know.
Yep. So here it is. So help me understand that somebody, African that can afford to come here at any point. Let's go 60s, 70s at first, when America finally starts letting them immigrate here to a degree. So when they first
probably gotta get to the 70s. In the 60s,
late 60s is when it starts. It's very few in the late 60s.
Yeah, but very
up more. But here it is. I want to speak to your point.
Really, truly like the 80s. Really, truly like the 80s.
So I already said that. Like, come on, I already broke that down. I said
no, but I'm saying
a little bit. I said really in the 80s. I said it already.
But the 60s ain't enough to have any
impact. But we still have to go to the 60s to answer your question. Your question is,
that's not enough people.
I wanted to ask you your question. You said, what about the wealthy ones? So I want to understand the context of your question. When you say, so even in the 60s or 80s, I'll give you the 80s. I'll just let you have that. So let's go in the 80s. So when a wealthy African comes available, what about them being wealthy has anything to do with how we treat them or how we deal with them? I don't know.
They wouldn't be in the hood. They're not going to experience that type of.
Okay, so yeah, right. So that wealthy African, wealthy. Okay, so here it is. the wealthy African doesn't have to live in the hood. That's real. Okay. So the wealthy African.
They're gonna get the gas. They're gonna own a gas station.
Okay, cool. Right. So here it is. So here it is. The wealthy one doesn't live around us or whatever, right?
Right.
So all they have is just the media impression. That's all they have. So when they stand up with the good white folks who have a media impression of us that don't want to live near us, they just keep that thinking because they've never met. They're not dealing with enough African Americans to find out we ain't what the fuck you see in the media.
Hold on.
So I do know wealthy
How can you make that assumption?
Let him finish his thing.
Yeah, I know wealthy Africans who sound just like I'll use this, who sound just like white conservatives, and they've been able to live in a way that they've never found out African Americans are not like they say on TV. So they get to keep the impression they got before they come here. It's still the same. So we didn't create a moment where they're telling their people that they got bringing over that African Americans don't fuck with you, but the initial African Americans who could live in the hood, that's what happened to them.
Well, we also have to understand too, there's some other dynamics that are at play, because you have a lot of Africans who can come to the U.S. The U.S. will pay for them to go to school, will allow them to have government jobs and not pay taxes. We don't have those advantages. We're from here. So that creates a little animosity when you have those type of dynamics going on as well.
That comes from us. So it still doesn't. I'm not just trying to.
So that's our fault.
Come on, man.
No, listen what I'm saying. Listen what I'm saying. I'm saying who would have the resentment in that situation? Only we would have the resentment for that.
Why would we have the resentment? I don't have resentment for that because I know
I understand you don't, but the person that brought up that dynamic is fact.
Talk about a scenario.
Yeah, I understand that you personally don't have
hold on. You've been talking for a minute.
All right, go ahead, bro.
Okay. I don't have resentment for that. You know what? I found a way to go to school and I didn't pay $1.
Cool.
Okay. So there's ways around it. You don't have to make excuses. See, that's it right there. That's our problem.
I didn't make an excuse though, bro.
Stop, please. I've been sitting here listening to you go.
All right, go ahead, brother.
And all you've been doing is you've been saying things are coming from us. It's because we have let these pictures being painted for us by these other people, and which may be true. Other people have painted these pictures for us. Now, it's our job to do our best to do what? Change the pictures that they've been that they've painted about us. It's our job. This ain't the time to sit here and just blame everything that's going on us. No. And I'm not finna sit here and just keep allowing it. We understand that everybody has their problems. Everybody has their issues.
Yeah, he building, but still let him get. I mean, but it is.
Building. Come on, man.
We can let him get it. Yeah, but we gonna still let him get it.
Ain't nobody else been able to say
we gonna
nothing,
still let him get it.
I'm just trying to get my issue on.
Yeah, but he's still talking. We're talking. The conversation is still around where the tension lies. How did it develop?
Right.
It's about how
we understand how it developed. It developed
we don't.
because
we didn't.
We don't.
We do. It developed because of racism and white supremacy.
No,
it developed because of racism and
that's too simple.
It developed because of racism and white supremacy.
It
developed because people wanted to paint African Americans, the ones they held in slavery for those hundreds and hundreds of years. They wanted to paint them as lesser people. So they did that. We totally understand this. No one's
possible that I can add on.
All right, yeah, go ahead, Sika.
Well, I mean, if we're gonna start from the beginning, it's just like it was already brought up earlier that, neighboring African tribes, they had issues with each other prior to Europeans getting there. And then, of course, once the Europeans started coming into the mix, they kind of exacerbated the tensions that were already there. So it really wouldn't shock me if some of those, I guess you could say, disagreements, or if one group didn't like another group for whatever reason need be, didn't still come with those people when they came to America. You know, and it's not just that too as well. It's just like what y'all mentioned earlier too, with the negative image that is portrayed about Black people in the media. You know, if you want to blame us for that, okay, whatever. You know, Black people, you know, when you're not making a whole lot of money, hey, you might take that acting job. You may, even if it makes you got to wear blackface and do whatever else. You're just trying to survive. You know what I mean? And then of course we still doing a lot of that to this day, you know, making ourselves look a fool, doing all these little comedy skits and whatever else. It makes people laugh. You getting paid. It's whatever, it's whatever. But I wouldn't say that we all hate each other. People gonna have disagreements and something that they don't like about whatever group for whatever reason need be.
Cultural.
But if things get bad enough, trust me, we're gonna work together, because the same groups that we end up having issues with, so far as whether it's Hispanic people, Asian people, probably even the Arabs too, Native Americans, other African groups that are in, like, whether it's the Caribbeans or Africa, or shoot, even Black people in Europe. You know what I mean? Let racism get bad enough, you know, we'll band together. And that's the last thing that white supremacy wants. Like, white supremacy does not want Asian people to realize, okay, hey, look, these white people discriminating against Black people, and they discriminating against us. There's been times in history where we banded together with them. We banded together with Hispanics too as well, Native Americans, and there's still some groups today that we don't never hear about that are working together to combat discrimination, racism in America. So it is what it is. Just say, hey, some people like certain groups, some people don't. Will it improve? It may a little bit, it may not, but the more people work together, the least likely that they'll have disagreements.
So can I walk? So who was it? So Sussy? Who was that talked before her? I want to make sure.
I think Jamaicans are the most well adapted immigrants into African American culture.
Probably because they're closer to.
Yeah.
Them and Puerto Ricans and Dominicans. Jamaicans, Puerto Ricans, and Dominicans are the most adapted and into other Afro people into African American culture. Like, there's no denying that.
Yeah, hands down.
Can I? So
go ahead, rock out. Right.
So here it is. So some of what y'all are, like, we've been through a lot of trauma. So a lot of what I'm saying has nothing to do with blame, but due to our trauma, we're hearing it this way. Like, and this is so listening. So like I want to be able to say the brother that
Savio.
Savio. That's
Savio.
Okay, so Savio. So I want you to hear the context of where I was going with whoever was the brother that brought the idea that sometimes, you know, the Africans can come here and get, you know, no taxes, get the free school and stuff like that or whatever. And that was a fair element. And when I said in that situation, I was just mentioning that when that happens, I respect that it didn't bother you and you figure out another way to get your school for free. That I went to school for free too. So yeah, African Americans figure it out. I was just highlighting that when those type of things happen, it does add to the resentment for some of the Africans, for some Blacks. Like, that's a reality. I respect that it didn't do that for you, but there's no reason for African who gets to enjoy that policy to have an issue with African Americans. In that scenario,
that's a good point. I got you.
Yeah. But here it is. But I want you to understand why I'm even mentioning this. And this is where you'll see what I'm doing has nothing to do with blame. So when we give out that scenario, then it behooves us to be honest that scenarios like that can be some of the cusp of the resentment. So once we recognize that's not the only reason, that was just a good point that whoever the brother that brought that up. So once we're able to be honest about, the resentment will go in that way, then we can be better about not having the resentment. So for me, it ain't about the blame. It's understanding the why. Once you understand the why, that's how you start bridging the gap. But if you never deal into the why, you can't just say white supremacy made it that way. It doesn't keep, like you, Sabio, who didn't get bothered by that. I definitely hear blacks who are frustrated by seeing Africans who come through that process. And I would like to go to them and say, hey, that has nothing, don't put that on the African. Like, that has to be said. That has to be understood. We can bridge the gap when we realize, one, how we're seen in the media, and that once we understand, okay, they're going to be like any other person that comes to America. So it gives you context. Where's their blame at when I just explained why Africans sees us the way they do? How is that blame us? I just said the media portrays us some way. The U.S. sends that same media by way of movies to other countries. How is that blaming the African Americans? U.S. media puts out a narrative about us. How am I blaming black people?
Let me ask you this. Does the U.S. media put out narratives about? Do they put out narratives about Asians that they don't want to in America? Do they put out narratives about Arabs? Do they put out narratives about other races?
To answer your question, yes. And yes, they do complain about it.
Oh.
It's not that hard to find it on YouTube.
Right.
Yeah, but I'm just saying.
I got a couple of Asian dudes that I watch that they talk about how they're negatively portrayed in media.
Yeah, absolutely. They got a whole organization.
They put out narratives about Africans to African Americans.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I feel the point you're making, Matoya. We just building on.
Yeah, of course. And I'm here to only build, so I'm not taking it personal. I'm trying to ask that when you hear me talk, you didn't hear me blame African Americans outside of the original. And again, that goes.
No, it just came across that way from the beginning.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I won't even. Yeah, I'm not saying I came across clear. I'm not. But I wanted Sabio to understand. I wanted Sabio to understand that when we when we get to the why, then we can have a great talk about. Oh, okay. Don't let me. For example, when we did this show on the Mental Dialogue show, right? When we got to these bottom lines, it made us, the Africans I had on the show, and myself and other African Americans, we cool as fuck. Because once we see the why and where it comes from, we can let that shit go.
Hey, it's just I think opening the dialogue is a little different. Because like when I came, I didn't even experience African culture until I came to Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? Because in Charleston, it just wasn't. There was no African population. It was, you know what I mean? So when I came to Atlanta, you know what I'm saying, I'm naive in I had no idea the dynamics.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So I just thought, okay, the person at the store, I'm like, man, they acting a little weird. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
but I just brushed it over. Maybe he just in a bad mood or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And then I kept experiencing this, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Until I finally came, you know what I mean? Until I got met an African girl, you know what I'm saying? We lived together, and then she broke down the dynamics. You know what I'm saying? And then it all sunk in. Before then, it was like, yo, what the fuck is
exactly? Once she gave you the why, it changed how you could deal with Africans.
She didn't give me the why. She just told me the rules. Like, yo, Africans, my girlfriend over here, and she can't take you back to her parents because her parents don't like African Americans, and like they would, she got their clubs, like they have their big balls and stuff they go to.
Right.
But you can't take an African American to that. That's Africans only.
Right.
Absolutely. She just gave me the rules. She didn't tell I don't think she didn't even know the why. She just gave me the rules of the way. You know what I mean? How to navigate.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But yeah, like I said, that comes from the original. That first 10 years of being here. That's where that comes from. It tells them don't fuck with us because we don't embrace them. That's what they tell.
Let me ask you this, Montoya. Let me ask you this because you just said something that I kind of caught on, and I don't know if you had any type of relationship with Africans before before you said you had that sit down with those Africans, but did you have any
I did. That's how I already had the relationship.
Did you have any preconceived notions about those Africans based off of
I already had the relationship prior to the show.
No, I asked, did you have any preconceived notion
about the Africans that came on my show?
No, about the Africans before the Africans that you're friends with before they came on your show, about Africans, period. before you befriended them, before the ones you
Yeah,
were
of course.
friends with.
Yeah, I told you as
So
a kid.
you already had preconceived notions about Africans.
Yeah, when I was a kid, I said I used to call them African booty scratchers like everybody else did. I told you that already.
I didn't call Africans booty.
I did. I said I
African
did.
Americans African booty scratchers. I didn't call Africans that. I didn't know any.
Yeah, I'm just saying. So my answer is yes. When I was a kid, we grew up talking bad about the Africans. Is where I'm from. Well, I'm saying, okay, you didn't. You asked me, did I have preconceived? I said yes when I was a kid. Like I'm saying yes. What about why you not having them? You asked me the question.
No, I'm just trying to see, just trying to get you to see how the balance, see how they would have preconceived notions about us, and you have.
Yeah, we both do. Yeah, absolutely. So nothing I said says we don't have. So that's my point. We both have preconceived. If we're honest about what I preconceived, if we're both honest about there's nothing about blame. We shouldn't hear this as blame. Let's be honest what our preconceived notions are so that we can bridge the gap. I don't hear that as blame. I didn't say they only have preconceived notions about us.
Bro. Like you said, you think I'm just hearing one part. I'm not. I'm taking it.
Go ahead, Adrian.
Okay. I'm gonna say two things in the most quickest way possible. This whole dialogue that we're having with Afro-Americans, Afro-Jamaicans, Afro-Brazilians, Afro-whatever.
Afro-Africans.
This can all be explained in a book that we should all read called The Wretched of the Earth. The Wretched of the Earth is a book written by a Martinican psychiatrist by the name of Frantz Fanon. That book talks about people under oppression. And I can't find the chapter, but I remember what he wrote. He said, under colonialism, tribalism is enforced. So we got to try to find a way to bridge the gap as Black people under who is, oppressing us, and then we can get somewhere. We always, African Americans, African Jamaicans, we never gonna like each other. We African Americans know we the baddest Black people on the planet, and everybody emulates us. So we gotta come together in that regard.
Let me say something. I want to understand something you just said.
What was the name of the book again?
The Wretched of the Earth by Frantz Fanon. That was required reading for the Black Panther Party back in the day.
Cognitive dissonance and all of that. Francis Fanon.
He's the coin cognitive dissonance. Yep, absolutely. But brother, see, so
and I've had let me add one last thing. I'm sorry, I forgot this. One last thing. And I've also had horrible experiences with Black immigrants, especially Africans, where there's an area, I'm not gonna say where I live, but there's a certain area where there's nothing but Black immigrants, right? And I hung around with a bunch of Black immigrants to the point to where they thought I was one of them. And so I would hear a lot of the crazy things that they would say about my people, my ethnic group, African Americans, because they thought, because I'm kind of dark and stuff like that. They thought when I finally told them I was African American, they would be like, oh, I thought you was African this whole time because, you look like us, you don't look like them. But, I've had horrible experiences with Africans. So, because they thought I was one of them.
So, y'all need to be some better Africans.
So, that's funny. That's funny. So here's something you said, brother. You say, we need to read the book. And then you say we're never going to like each other. And I'm challenging and saying the things that I'm talking about is not about accepting blame. Trauma makes you see, I had these bad experiences. We could do that all night. Who had bad experience with African Americans and who had bad experience with Africans. However, if we were able to say, okay, here are these preconceived notions and this is where they come from, then we actually realize, oh, we shouldn't have had these, and now you can bridge the gap. Because I think there is a chance to bridge the gap. But if your conclusion is we're never gonna like each other, I am wholeheartedly against that because I build the relationships, and it's these type of dialogues of being honest about, this comes from this. Oh, this because we have preconceived notions about Africans. They have preconceived notions about us. But it's like when you find the root of that preconceived notion, usually it's some bullshit. And once you find out it's some bullshit, you dismiss it and you have a better chance at a relationship.
Yeah, we got a long way to go.
But the long way is figuring out who's to blame.
Yeah,
That ain't
definitely.
none of it. Get
We
that
know
out
who
of
to
it.
blame. That's the thing. We know who to blame.
I
Let's
think
not even worry about blame.
I think for the most part,
Get blame
Montoya,
out
it's
of it.
been like
No. Blame need to be in it because we need.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
We need to know why we hate it. We need to know why
think,
we all can't get along.
I think
we know where that come from.
I think the hardest part though has been, at least from my experience, finding an open line of communication. That seems to be rare. You know what I'm saying? Because the communities are so closed off, bro.
I'm gonna tell you, and
I'm
gonna tell you why. So
go ahead.
I'm gonna tell you why. So you just heard it. You hear one person saying that we need to figure out who to blame and where to place the weight of this. Then you hear the other person saying no. That's contention. We can't come together if we can't agree on where the issues lie and where we have to go with these issues, who we have to address with these issues. We're saying that it's on us and the people who are actually perpetuating and the people who are these things being perpetuated on are the people who are going to have to take care of them. How are the sick people going to doctor themselves?
Now, so for example, let me give an explanation. Here's an explanation. So so let's go back to the media portrays a narrative, right, about Blacks specifically in America, right? And so what happens is, while it would be nice if we got the power currently enough to get control of mass media and put up more honest predictions of honest viewpoints, portrayals of African of African Americans. It would be nice if we had that power in this moment. I'm not saying we can't ever get that power, but in this moment, I can have a dialogue with my African brother. Says you've only seen the movies,
so watch this, because I can cut you right there. So Tyler Perry, you don't have the ability to do that.
Oh no! Don't bring up Tyler Perry. Oh no!
I'm sorry. I didn't hear what you said about
Tyler Perry.
Okay.
Tyler Perry. He doesn't have the ability to put on better depictions of African American men.
Tyler Perry do a good job. Listen.
The wigs he be choosing for his actor. That's a travesty.
Yeah, that's the makeup crew. But check this out.
Hold
on, Sadie.
Hold on, let me look it up, bro. Let me
check it out.
Go ahead, Chef.
A couple weeks ago, right? my homegirl, she African, right? So me and her talking, and she's expressing to me how she felt hurt that it was this thing going around on YouTube where all of these people, like these weird little trends, like just start up on social media for some reason. Like the crate challenge, the ice bucket water challenge, the certain dance challenge. Everybody start doing the shit, right? Now, it was this one challenge where everybody had to go out and try Fufu. Did y'all see this?
Fufu is nasty.
Like last month?
Fufu is nasty.
All right, so hold on, Adrian. So check the move. Now, Africans then responded to the responses that they was getting from everybody trying Fufu. All right? Now, if for the first time I felt what an African was saying, because white people started to try Fufu, and their responses came off as very culturally, I ain't gonna say racist, you feel me? But it was very culturally biased and degrading how they was talking about the Africans' food, right? And it was this one dude, African dude, who went live, and he pointed that out to African Americans. He said, now, you see what these white people are doing? That's your fault. Like, the way that they're disrespecting the culture that y'all come from, that's your fault because y'all allowed that shit to be a joke.
We don't have power.
No. We started this shit. We started it. That whole the Fufu challenge, right? Now it wasn't a lot of African American. I mean, it wasn't a lot of African what you call restaurants in certain areas. But this social media is fucking brilliant. It's Africans who make their food in their houses and sell it. So you can look online on this certain app and you can find out who making certain African cuisines, right? And you can go to their houses and buy the food. So these people will tape themselves trying fufu for the first time. And these white people were spitting it out, saying, what the fuck? This shit is disgusting. These African, like, all it, and it came across as being very racially biased, like culturally biased, I say that. You know what I mean? And like the African was saying, now, I can show 100 videos of African Americans doing the same thing. You know what I mean? Now we get offended when the white, how do y'all think these white people felt comfortable doing that? Because they seen y'all doing that shit. So I don't want to see y'all. And then he was eating the fufu. He said, one of the things he said, this shit is delicious. He was like, this is the food that made me be able to run faster and not get captured by the slave master. Like all of this shit.
Oh, it was disgusting.
Yeah.
That is the most nastiest thing I've ever had in my life.
But see, right there.
That's
right
like
there.
collard
That's
green.
what he
It's
was
like
saying.
Right there. You
it's
are
gross.
reinforcing exactly.
Allow me to interject on that, Chef.
That is gross.
Hey, Mr. AP.
So,
hey man, just sometimes you can bust in, bro. We ain't tripping, especially if you ain't saying no more. Go ahead.
I just try to keep it respectful. It's interesting you brought that up because I haven't heard about this Fufu challenge.
Look it up. Look it up on YouTube.
I just looked it up. It's crazy.
Well,
Go ahead.
I tell you, the funny thing, the first time I heard about Fufu was on Good Times. Thelma had a boyfriend, eBay, if you remember that.
eBay.
Oh, right.
eBay wanted her to be one of his wives. He had 6 wives. eBay was a bad motherfucker. Go ahead.
Boo. So that's the first time I heard about it. But the second time I heard about it, my cousin played with Christian Okoye with the Chiefs way back in the day. He had
Nigerian Nightmare.
Right.
That's my favorite set back in the day.
But I never got a chance to actually try it, you know. So, but let me get back to what I wanted to say before. Now, based off of all the things that we basically conversated about in regards to the relationship between the Africans and the African Americans, I believe that us exploring the reasons and rationales behind this is a good thing because we need a starting point to be able to gather understanding, okay?
Right.
But I think the olive branch has to be respect. I think if we can come with the respect on both sides, then we might be able to start beginning to bridge the gaps and sorting out the differences and the mythos from the realities so that we can get clear and have a better understanding and be able to move forward. But that's one thing I wanted to say. Now, my other thing is too, I want y'all to kind of piggyback off of that. There's another dynamic that I'm seeing and have been seeing for the last 30 plus years with the African brothers coming here, primarily the brothers, not the sisters, but the brothers, coming here to the US, being indoctrinated into Americanism and marrying white women.
I see
What's
that
your
a
thought
lot.
about that?
Marry who the hell you want?
I'm just, you know.
That happens too with African American women. I mean, African women too, though. I think it's more. I think it's like I said, culturally. You know how we do, bro. Serena
we wow.
Williams.
Hey, Sosa, we wow. Look, I grew up Muslim. Right? Now, in the masjid, there's a lot of African families in there.
Yeah.
Like, so Eid and all of the different things when the women would make the food, like the African food would sit there, yo. So they went outside of the masjid, right? Because to get husbands and stuff, because us dudes didn't go after those African girls. Like, it's not as cut and dry, and I don't know if it was more of a thing where when I seen a lot of them later on in lives and you get to see them not covered up and you be like, damn, she bad. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. You don't know that until you get older, right? And people move away from their parents and they develop their own identity away from what you know what I mean? So we didn't see them as attractive until we was able to see them outside of, you know what I mean, when they got older and stuff. So they had bodies, they were attractive, like it was. And then from I say from the 80s to the mid 2000s, our standards of beauty grew in the African American community, right? From the 80s, the light skin,
it became more African centered, I think.
Or no, our perception of beauty broadened. It did. It broadened.
Yeah, in terms of loving, in terms of loving our look.
Yeah, and then men actually start to recognize different qualities in women, and you know, you see different things as attractive. You know what I mean? So it's deeper than that. But by that time, you done already gave a bad impression. You know what I mean? You can't turn that around in the fourth quarter. You already, you know what I mean? And by this time, now, you know, white men have already showed interest in them. You dig what I'm saying? So it's now you're behind. Oh man, it's
and we trip like
hey, Chef, let me say this real quick, Chef.
Let me ask this though. I wonder, is it worse from an African perspective, bringing home an African American woman or a white woman? Is one worse than the other, or culturally is it the same? Like I wonder.
It'd be worse bringing the African home, probably.
I'm talking about for African, for an African person themselves. If they brought an African American home,
I think African American would be more of a problem. Definitely. From talking to the African, even the little African dudes that I cut, right?
We need some Africans on the panel.
No, even the little African dudes that I cut, they all deal with African women. They in college, everything, and they grew up in the same areas as I did, but they got their own cliques, right? Now, they might have sex with African American women, right? But even where they party at is different. You know what I mean? They're more into college shit than African Americans are. You know what I mean? So they got their own cliques and stuff that they,
and they got the little ball and stuff where they all meet up, like a banquet shit they do.
Yep. Yeah. They're cotillions and different things.
We ain't got no Africans on here?
Huh?
We doing this dialogue without any Africans on here?
We need some. I know. I wish we did have some on here.
Oh yeah, because I don't know what the hell y'all talking about. Y'all need to just my show. I can tell you that. And I ain't talking about just my show. I did this more than once. Y'all definitely need to listen to
I ain't talking to no Africans about Africa.
That don't even sound right. Y'all know the hell.
Look, I'd rather have my misguided view of them.
Hey, it's comforting, of course.
Yeah, definitely. I ain't got time to listen to them. That dumbass.
The stuff you saying, like I'm telling you, because I'm telling you this not because I know. These are things that were eye-opening for me listening to Africans, right? So, like, the guy that helped me bridge the show that went very well, because I did it twice. The first show wasn't as productive as this one was. This has been about 3 or 4 years ago. It's actually in my top 20 all-time shows. This one about, the question was, what do Africans think of African Americans? So that's when I brought this dialogue. I had 2 Africans on, myself, African American professor,
who marry a Ghanaian woman. So we had a lot of good perspective. So some of the stuff I'm breaking down to you, I got from the professor. So this ain't even my, like, I can't even take claim for some of the shit I broke down to y'all. He broke down the immigration shit because I didn't know that shit. But anyway, back to like the one, what he broke down.
He wildin'. He wild. Because Joe put it on us. Because he wanted to marry a goddamn African.
He didn't put, you keep taking it that way. He didn't put it on
crazy.
Like you didn't know. Like stating what it is not putting no blame. Y'all are looking for something that's not even being
No, because it's their perspective. He took the African's perspective of the disunity.
So
the African gonna say it's not their fault.
You knew what I said before you knew what I was saying. You jumped on African booty scratchers because you know this is what we were doing.
Yeah, but we called each other African booty scratchers, though, Montoya. So that's just a running joke in the black community.
African booty scratchers.
We damn sure call mug, boy.
We nappy-headed African that came in our culture.
We call each other nappy-headed.
Yeah, we talk.
Like, so you name something that we say about Africans that we don't say about each other. You admitted that's all we do is joan on each other.
Talk about niggas' mamas.
So
you think the Jamaicans in our community don't get it? You think the Puerto Ricans don't get it for the way that they talk? Like everybody get it.
So you don't understand them thinking that they came here looking to embrace us. They don't come from that culture. And so
they don't be embracing us when they come over here.
You taking the perspective that they came here looking to embrace us. I don't believe that wholeheartedly. But that's your perspective that they just came over here, open arms, here African American, here your long lost African brother, accept me. Then we said, nah. They said, all right, well, we don't. No, it's not our fault.
What? So if we did that, I don't care about the fucking fault though. Why is that the focus, Chef?
Because it gotta be because you're putting the blame on us. You're saying that initially, right? This professor and his African wife said the disconnect comes from African Americans being African American.
If they came over here not fucking with us, you just
Africans was terrorizing me when I lived with them.
But you young though, you 20 years old.
Right. I'm 22. I grew up with a whole.
Right, so he's saying it already happened, and Adrian, before you.
Yeah, you suffering the backlash.
Yeah, you suffering the backlash from what he said.
40 years removed from what happened when they initially immigrated.
It don't matter. They about my age.
It does matter. It changes the context.
They don't come over here and embrace us. I go to a HBCU and it's nothing but Africa. We have like we have a group of Africans that go to my HBCU, and guess what? They don't embrace us.
I said that's the case. That's the thing. I was saying how they.
But you keep blaming. You keep blaming us though. Like we just can't. Like they coming over here. Like I'm an African brother. Like Chieftain said.
No, they're not.
And they tried to hug us.
I make it clear. They don't like that.
Bounce you
they come over here and not fuck with us now.
Yeah,
I don't know how much clearer I can make that.
Yeah.
They've been told don't fuck with us when they come over here.
And we've been told not to mess with them either.
Yeah, I mean, because like the bad image goes both ways, right? Because I remember watching Bugs Bunny cartoon, and they had the African nigga trying to eat Bugs Bunny and shit.
Right. That's the bunch of shit of why it's us hating our roots that made us not embrace them in the first decade of them immigrating.
But they don't know their roots either.
Yeah, but it's all but I'm saying it's images going both ways.
Exactly.
A bad perception of us going out to Africa.
Driving it. Right. The narrative is driving it. So they don't know why we got to take blame when whoever just spoke is pointing. The narrative is driving the bullshit.
Well, see, the reason we got on blame is because you said it was our fault in the beginning. So the minute you made that statement, you laid blame down. So once you,
that's fair. That's fair. That's very fair. I respect that. So I'm really trying to get to how do we bridge the gap now? It's like, to me, what like on that show, we've been able to bridge the gap is because it was like, okay, this is the bullshit that we both bought into that doesn't apply. Once we both understand that, there's a chance to bridge the gap.
We just need to bridge the gap under who's oppressing us for real.
They don't feel like they're being oppressed.
Yeah,
right.
So
I mean, that's
not an issue for them.
That's the thing. That's the thing we gotta tell them, because they think like if you ask African, they gonna think it's corruption and poor leadership, but they don't know, that's coming from the West.
You don't have to tell them that. What happens is you allow their context to be what it is based on their class race. So you have to accept theirs. We don't have to put on them what they feel like they're not experiencing, because to a degree, once again, here's something else about being an immigrant. The reality is I'm coming up for step, so I'm not gonna sidestep. So I'm gonna stay on the point. So what happens is we don't have to tell them that. You have to respect that that's not how they see it. Once I understand that, then I know I don't have to spend dialogue on that part for them. Well, we can so we have to figure out another place to bridge, because it's going to be very hard to understand something you don't think you see. So me spending time, that's going to be a waste of time trying to explain. Like, for example, like here, there's some Nigerians here that's doing a goddamn thing. They don't fuck with us, right? Or whatever. But if I spend time trying to tell them about some racism in a country they love like a motherfucker because they done blew the fuck up here, that's a waste of time. Waste of time. But what I can do is get to know them, build a friendship, and now be allowed in their network.
We gotta.
That's
social.
It gotta be a respect though to the forefathers who laid down the foundation for them to come and make money. Like we never really got that from a culture. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? We never got that type of embracement. Like, yo, we appreciate African Americans, the struggle that the forefathers did, what Martin Luther King did, and we know we wouldn't have been able to do that. We are without.
Most of them don't know that. Yeah,
without our blood being spilled, you know what I'm saying? We never got that.
Right. So what happens is the people that are able to have like, for example, the dialogue, they can say that, and that's unique, but it ain't most Africans. And those Africans try to explain to other Africans, yeah, the only reason you can get that scholarship is because of your Black Americans. So it ain't enough Africans that say that. You're absolutely right about that. But I'm just saying, like the fact that I didn't even know there was no Africans on here. Like that just like we're trying to stay in a silo to even do this discussion without them.
Oh, it just sprung up. It just sprung up out of nowhere.
That's real. Okay, I
think it was American Dream. I think you brought it up.
Monday Night Man.
It was American Dream.
Yeah, he'd be all over the place.
I'm sorry, what you said about American Dream?
Yeah, he said something about African culture was trash, and then the shit just spiraled.
Okay, got you. Okay, I understand. Yeah, I can understand it. That makes sense. Yeah, it just popped up. See, I can jump out of once y'all tell me the context, I understand. And
but it expanded too, because it wasn't just Africans. It was kind of like just how outside cultures look at our experience different because they didn't live it.
Yeah, of course. And that makes sense.
Yeah, because we were talking about the UK,
right?
The way they see it is different too. Like, we know they're not being malicious, but they just don't. We can't agree. We can't agree on the circumstances how we feel. Like they think you should be tripping like that.
Right. But here's the thing. Like, let's get into the psychology of how that makes sense. So, for example, when African Americans repatriate to other countries, they all do their goddamn thing. For example, and the reason why is because you're not going to be held down. Like, for example, let's say you got a decent amount of money and you decide to go live in a country within Africa, right? So if you have, you have a decent amount of money and you go live inside that country. So they may have a tribal issue or a class issue in this one area. When you move there, you don't know about either issue. So if you've been raised with this tribal issue or this class issue in this certain area, well, you understand that if I go to this other side of town and try to do business, that's not going to work out for you because you are aware of the class issue or the tribal issue for why you can't. You as the African American, you navigate between both because you don't even have no idea, neither are you, and you are not of either tribe. So you have the freedom to navigate both areas in a way that same African would not. So that's just what happens. So that's the reality of
immigrating anywhere. And so it is a difficult dialogue, and most of us, if we haven't traveled, we don't understand it. When somebody tries to explain what their issue is in their country, it's harder to understand. So
you know what
we have
tribe we are?
why they have trouble understanding our viewpoint.
Yeah, what'd you say, Lana?
You know what tribe we are?
Yeah.
We part of the
tribe of
African
Shabazz.
American. We part of the African American tribe.
No, we the tribe of Shabazz.
No, man, we the African American tribe, and we the baddest tribe on the planet. I can't get no amen on that. Come on now. I gotta get an amen on that.
We the tribe of Shabazz.
We can't do African American superiority. We can't go European with our damn us.
I know some Africans.
Hey, everybody emulate us, man. They everybody listen to rap. And we are the.
Yeah, like I can.
Everybody emulate American culture, yo.
Yeah, we can't say we the best. I wouldn't say we the best on the planet. I do agree that we do have a lot of influence. I think that's. I mean, you look at the George Floyd incidents. I think you can see our influence globally. You know what I mean?
That's American media's influence.
So let me get
American media push that.
So let me give it.
Yeah, but I think they identify though, because even when you look at Africa, like they have murals up to like Tupac and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like they connect, definitely. Yeah, and like they got like they like dudes say too. They also emulate the Black Panthers in like South America, parts of South America.
And India too.
They do recognize the struggle in a sense, and because
that's America's media dominance. Y'all don't get that.
But at the same time, too, Chef, where else on the planet can an African American exist and do as well? If America ain't number one, what would be number one?
African Americans do their thing. Anyway, like France is the best place to be for African Americans right now, believe it or not. And there's a couple. Yeah, like France fucks with African Americans like a motherfucker.
They're doing what?
They fuck with African Americans.
What's the popular? They do well out there. Because
I got friends that love that shit.
Because as far as because I do agree with the media part, but they look at the African Americans as they changed their condition where they are, even though we don't see it as
right.
Because
that's because our media pushes. Think about it. All right, if America media promotes an athlete, right, he'll become worldwide because of America's media's dominance, right? So you'll get a person like, say, Muhammad Ali, right? America media, he'll be known all over the world. You dig what I'm saying? You'll get a Tupac. America media is able to project wider, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Than everybody else. So it seems like, you know what I mean? It's a F1 driver, right? That's black. I think he's from Italy or somewhere. The best F1 driver in the world is a black dude. But us African Americans don't know nothing about him. He's like F1? A global fucking star. He's the best F1 driver. He's a black dude. African Americans know nothing about him. Just showing you how closed in we are. You feel me?
But Chef, look though, when they actually get to America,
what's F1?
Their experience.
You don't even know what F1 is.
But I'm saying,
we talking about NASCAR, like NASCAR.
Yeah, he's a race car driver, but he's the greatest.
F1 is the real lowdown with the wheels out.
Yeah, this dude is a mega star, and he's black, and African Americans don't know who he is. If he walked past us on the street, you dig what I'm saying?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, Chef, you on point with that.
We wouldn't know, but if he was African American. If he was African American, we would have thought he was the greatest thing since sliced bread, right?
You talking about Lewis Hamilton, yeah.
Oh, that's his name?
Yeah.
See, I don't even know the nigga name. Just show him.
Your point, right, Chef?
But listen, but listen though, but even though we do have that media portrayal, we actually change the dynamic so when they do come here, you can prosper. Like they know
we've
you.
done that. Yeah, and then, like I said,
we like you can't.
some
We
Africans
can't say the
understand
same.
that
We can't
most
say
of
the
them
same
don't.
about Brazil, but we can't say the same about Brazil, and they got a larger African American population there.
Yeah, but their media influence. It ain't. They're not able.
But I'm saying.
Their stars are not being able to be rejected. You know what I mean? So it ain't like our culture and we the greatest black people. No, we live in the greatest
but that's not
mass
what I'm saying.
media
but that's
of our era. So that's why it seems like African Americans are the greatest black people. Yo, we're the victims of American, you know what I mean, media shit. And it's blowing up our ego or who we think we are.
I'm not saying the greatest. That's Lionel. I'm saying our impact as far as on a government
that's
from
media
position,
too.
Right? No, that's real life. Like in other words, we forget media. If we go to a Brazil, our experience and the way they live in Brazil is not the way that the African American population there has not been able to change the dynamic of that government the way that we done here. And you can't, and no other place is like that.
The Afro-Brazilians can't even do it.
But media does that. Just think about it.
No, I understand the media.
Do we have an equivalent to Nelson Mandela?
Do
African Americans have an equivalent to a Nelson Mandela? No, we don't.
Dr. King.
No, it's not. They're not equivalent to Nelson Mandela at all. You can't even hold. They can't even hold a candlestick to him. You know what I mean?
Why would you say us? Okay, why would you think? Why would you say that for us so I can get some clarity? Why
would I say that? Is because apartheid, right, in South Africa was more oppressive, right, at the time of Nelson Mandela, right, as Jim Crow was. It was more oppressive than Jim Crow, right?
I disagree.
What? All right, cool.
We ain't gonna fight that part right now, but go ahead.
They were both bad, but once you look at it, a nigga would take Jim Crow in a heartbeat over apartheid South Africa. The shit that like both horrible. I'm not saying, you dig what I'm saying? But Nelson Mandela come out of that system, being in prison for over 30 years, right? And then became the president of fucking South Africa. Like, this nigga was a terrorist. Hold on. He was the equivalent of
Osama bin
Laden. Right? And then became the president to that same, this nigga is a rock star beyond.
He's in South Africa where the population is majority African versus Martin Luther King in a society where the population the African population is a minute sector.
Mm-hmm.
So the type of people he had to galvanize was way more, I would say, in my opinion.
You think them whites in South Africa was playing with them black people?
They don't have the numbers.
Did they ever need them?
I mean, that matters.
So you telling me they held back all those that they needed the damn numbers?
Yeah, I think the numbers play a part. You can't say the numbers don't play a part.
You know how vicious they were.
But even when we look at the Mandela situation, Chef, like how much of that was political?
Huh?
Huh?
How much of it was political?
Yeah.
What, making him the president?
Yeah.
It was very political.
Come on, man.
It was very political. I agree with that.
It was a cool temperature. The shit was getting away. They needed the cool temperatures down. You know what I'm saying?
So you acting like Nelson Mandela wasn't that dude?
See what we doing?
See what I'm saying? You making me hate on
No,
Nelson
because
Mandela.
you're doing it to yourself.
I don't like the way you making me try to go at Nelson
Exactly.
Mandela.
You doing it to yourself.
You down leveling MLK, bro. I got to step up for MLK.
No, I'm not. I'm just showing you that, you have Africans, right, and other black people in the freedom struggle that was greater. But we don't want to hear it.
I say
because
great.
we think we the shit. Can't nobody be better than us. I'm telling you, Nelson Mandela is greater than MLK. We don't want to hear that shit.
Nah.
See?
I ain't trying to hear this shit. You're right. I ain't trying to hear that shit, bro.
More than Nelson did.
If Martin Luther King, when he got out of jail, Birmingham prison, let's say Martin Luther King would have did 30 years in Birmingham prison and they wouldn't let him out in that 60 days. And he came out after 30 years, right? And became president of the United States. Then we got something to talk about.
If they would have put MLK in jail for 27 years, that nigga wasn't getting out on the 28th year, nigga. They don't fucking play like that shit, nigga. You see Martin Lawrence's life, you don't get no chance like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, they had to let that nigga go, bro. Why'd they let him go?
Why they let who go?
Nelson Mandela.
Because international pressure. African Americans and everybody else. You know what I mean? Yeah, definitely.
Who?
And he was older
so you
too.
mean so we played a part in right?
Yeah, we definitely played a part in it.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? So we played, right, calling out the companies that were funding the apartheid. All the different,
definitely.
I think
we definitely did. Yeah.
Yeah. So we played a role even in our Mandela. You understand? Like,
no, I'm not saying that we didn't participate, you know what I mean, in that. I'm not saying that. You know what I mean? Like, but he was.
Damn, Macarusa and Mandela was a sellout. I'm like,
right.
wow.
See, we go too far. It's niggas that call Martin Luther King a sellout.
Yeah. They be tripping with that shit.
Everybody gonna always say that. Like it's.
Dr. King kind of admitted that himself, though.
It was saying Mandela was a sellout. But I know, I said, niggas say that shit with MLK too. That shit hurt my feelings. I be ready to swing on niggas about this shit.
I mean, Dr. King kind of admitted that about himself.
Nah, you tripping. No, you tripping, bro. Just because he said the shit about a burning house. That don't mean he was a sellout, bro. He just made a comment about the burning house. He just may have had some regrets about some decision he made, but that's human, bro. But he never implied that he was a goddamn sellout, nigga. He always was for black people, bro, making a move for black people. You know what I'm saying? Like, it may not have been exactly what you want, but his motive was always for the betterment of black people.
But he still said, I integrated my people into a burning house, though.
Yeah, talking about a political system.
Yeah, that's different.
That's a political statement.
Yeah, no. He told him, man, God, he admitted he was a sellout.
You said Martin Luther King admitted he was a sellout.
Man, who said that, man? Who the hell said that shit, man?
I don't know what he doing.
Monday Night Madness.
Stupid ass shit, man. Monday Night Madness. That brought me back out to sleep.
Hey,
that's almost worse than slavery is a choice. Everybody going mad tonight.
Mandela or Martin Luther King?
What, man? Both from them, man. This nigga did 20 years in prison, yo.
Impact.
How's you a sellout? He did 40. Impact.
No, not a sellout. Who impact? Martin Luther King or Nelson Mandela? Like Chef said, Nelson Mandela is greater than Martin Luther King.
No, not in America. He not.
I'm talking about globally.
Just whatever their works.
Oh, Martin Luther King worked first. Martin Luther King. Everybody, the whole world went with Martin Luther King, yo.
What?
Yeah, what he did was the greatest thing, the single one thing to do.
See, Americanism.
He showed the world. Nah, I'm telling you, around the world, yo, it was the world put pressure.
So you telling me that Nelson Mandela is not a bigger
no.
Oh God. See, American media? You see what I'm saying, y'all?
Nah, yo, I'm saying
we don't even know the greatest race car driver.
When Mandela got out, he had no power to change nothing for the
Hold on. The greatest race car driver in the world is black, and African Americans don't even know who he is because he's not from the United States.
What?
Yeah,
I don't know about that, yo. You bugging.
I'm telling you, yo, we're talking about Nelson Mandela and Martin Luther King on the world scale, and y'all African Americans are saying Martin Luther King.
But why wouldn't I? In South Africa, they saying Mandela.
No, I'm saying worldwide. We talk
Okay,
Mandela.
so what they saying worldwide? What they saying worldwide, yo?
Mandela.
Why?
Because
what reason?
He's Nelson Mandela. The
Okay,
nigga
but why
spent
is he
30
greater than
years in
Martin?
jail, came home and became the president. He was a goddamn terrorist. He went to jail for being a terrorist in the country against the government that he was fighting.
Shepard, you agreed them making him president was a political move. He didn't force his way in, like, it was a political play.
Yeah, man, Martin Luther King lost his life, man. Mandela ain't lose his life for that.
Man, you know how many times they tried to kill Mandela?
So what? He ain't get his head blown off, yo.
Oh my God. He was a real fighter.
Nah, you tripping.
He actually put in work. And he was a boxer. He threw them hands. Mandela was a serious nigga. Y'all need to go read up on him.
Man, Martin Luther King was a preacher, yo. Baptist preacher, yo.
Man, nobody trying to hear that shit. And Mandela was a fucking lawyer. I mean, come on, man.
Nah, I don't know,
all
man.
our leaders gotta be martyrs.
Yeah, man, no resistance, bro. Like the way that he did it was so powerful, bro, impactful. And then you even gotta admit that when you admit, Chef, that the presidential parade was political, and he did that with the help of African Americans here, putting pressure on them abroad.
Yeah.
So y'all really, y'all really saying
you tripping, yo? You tripping?
Martin Luther King Jr. is a more greater figure than Nelson Mandela.
I said his impact of what he did.
Impact.
More impactful. Yeah.
Man,
could they be the same though?
No, they can't be the same.
Oh, you tripping, yo?
That would be fucking the same.
They can't be the same.
All right, just so in your mind, yo, so you ain't got no evidence to back that.
I just showed.
Let me ask you,
accolades.
Chef. Did he have?
Look at the accolades. The accolades speak for themselves.
Listen, Chef,
what are y'all talking about?
Was he sentenced to 27 years? Right? Was 27 years his sentence?
I think he was just locked up for life.
Exactly.
I think he wasn't getting
Martin
out.
Luther King was locked up for life, you think they let that nigga out in America?
Nah, nope.
Hell no, that nigga die in that month.
My point is that he was a damn freedom fighter before he went in, right?
How much time he put in work before he went in?
He spent 27.
Oh my God.
How much time he put in work before he went in?
Huh?
How much time he put in work though before he went in?
I don't know. Let's look it up.
No, I don't think he put in work that long for the snatch his ass up. Like,
He's crazy. He was old as shit when he got out of jail.
But he was a lawyer and all that shit. I mean, I gotta look up that. You gotta be we gotta get
meaning he always was fighting.
Let me get Nelson Mandela up with this. I gotta look this shit up.
Yo, y'all really dug in Nelson Mandela, yo. And look at the chat. The chat actually calling Mandela a sellout.
I can't
we are crazy, yo. We are crazy people. What people would call their greatest heroes sellouts and shit like that? This is wow. Like, no whole barge, yo.
Yeah, Monday Night Madness, bro. These niggas ain't playing no games, bro.
Nigga told me I've been on live too long because I'm giving Nelson Mandela his credit. Why wouldn't I? Why wouldn't I? Like, what? I'm wrong. Look, I'm wrong for giving Nelson Mandela credit. Unc just came on here earlier and said some shit about Darwin and slavery, and I give Nelson Mandela credit, and y'all giving me feedback. Y'all got the Oedipus complex. Oh,
what? The personality worship.
Yeah, something. I've seen that shit on Baby Boy.
Yeah, you got that Oedipus complex, Jody.
Yeah, I feel like I'm talking to Jody right now. Y'all niggas got the Oedipus complex.
Hey, put him in that chokehold like
is
Big Rage did,
men
Jody.
liking their mother.
Yeah, that's what these niggas got, B.
I'm trying. I gotta look at Mandela shit real quick.
This nigga say he got the Oedipus complex, dog. This shit's hilarious.
Yeah, see, they said amid growing domestic and international pressures and fears of a racial civil war, right? Because in Africa, like I said, the population, they had the numbers. So in fear of a racial pressure and a face of a civil war is when they released Mandela. That's the political play, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just kind of similar to the goddamn what people say about Barack Obama at the time. You know what I'm saying? They put him in play to quell temperament during that time period. So you can't. So it's his rise of presidency wasn't necessarily a path that he developed on his own. He was locked up and put away with. They figured, we can use Mandela as a way to quell the attitudes and the aggression that was already the pressure was already mounting in South Africa. So,
was that not the case for Martin Luther King?
Martin Luther King did that shit.
Was he
got it out of
more in greater society because of political pressure?
But he got it. But
was political pressure more of a reason why MLK was chosen over other leaders? So the same thing could be said.
But he did it out. He did it himself out the mud, getting his head in Thelma and shit like that. Like he was in it, doing it, putting the pressure on the people himself.
So hold on. So you saying Mandela wasn't?
He was put away, shit. He was already
but before he was a damn terrorist.
I know, but he was
blowing up buildings.
They was blowing up buildings and shit. You acting like that man wasn't putting in work.
I'm not saying he didn't put in work, but they had already locked him. He was already put away, locked and key. They ain't even had to deal with that nigga no more.
And from jail,
Mandela was
an
they had to
issue
deal
in
with his
jail.
wife. They had to deal with his wife.
They had to deal with his wife, Winnie. Because
but you can't credit Mandela for what Winnie did. We talk about Mandela versus now you try to
was the leader. Winnie went crazy. Let's be honest. Winnie was killing every goddamn body.
Hey, but Winnie, but part of that shit was her role though, putting that pressure on that nigga. Martin Luther King did it out the mud by himself, bro. That was just MLK nigga.
No, he didn't. What? Is y'all crazy? What? Do y'all know who Martin Luther King had behind him?
Who?
Yo, the nigga had fucking what's his name? Fucking Thurgood Marshall in them. He had the NAACP. Like,
yeah, he did, but he was out there. He was out there in the mud himself doing this shit.
They had a whole team of lawyers. Like, it wasn't a one-man show like y'all. Y'all want to believe, yo.
I ain't never a one-man show. Even with Mandela, it ain't a one-man show.
Yeah, so come on now. We acting like Dr. King.
I'm just saying, like he was
pushing the civil rights bill. No, these was lawyers and goddamn political strategists who was really doing that shit.
He was with the ANC. It's a whole organization behind these niggas. But I'm saying MLK was
show up when the cameras come on. Yeah, a lot of people. Now let's be honest. He was claimed, the grassroots people was putting in the work, and when the cameras and shit got there, they would say Martin Luther King would show up and steal the thunder from local leaders. I'm saying this was what his contemporaries were saying. I know we live in a world
Are you saying Al Sharpton? Ooh.
Yeah, I'm saying Martin Luther King was pulling an Al Sharpton. This what they were claiming at that time.
Tell me where I can find that. I want to
just look at all of the local leaders who used to say it.
No, but I want to read it though. You gotta tell me because
so in all of these cities, Martin Luther King wasn't from these cities that they was marching at. Y'all know that, right? Y'all know it was
He wasn't
root
from
leaders
Selma
that was
either,
putting
nigga, but he
those
was
shits
there.
together.
He wasn't from Selma either, but he was there.
No. Hold on. Let's be fair.
Go ahead.
There was a blueprint based on the circumstances of the movements that was in these areas that had these issues.
Mm-hmm.
They made a standardized blueprint. They trained the people. They had schools and shit. They organized.
Talk that shit, Sean.
They had a whole system. They would go to these schools, these people in these areas, like in Tennessee, the one that was in Tennessee, I forget the name of it, but it was close to Chattanooga. They would go down there to get their training. And
Fast
after
Action Network. Go ahead.
Yeah, it was similar. And then they would leave. They would come back to Nashville and do the damn demonstrations. It was like that in all these southern states. So they set these organizations up. And of course, King and other influential leaders, they would make their rounds at these schools, make sure the training was up to date, make sure they was on par, deal with whatever funding that needed to be dealt with. They did what they needed to do.
Same thing with Thurgood Marshall. When he was in
so
the
they was hella organizers, yo. And King was instrumental in those organizations, but I could see you saying some people would get a little upset because of the thing, but they had a system in place. And that shit was
and they figured when the cameras got there, that's when this nigga would show up. After they put in all of the work, right? They wasn't getting credit for that shit. Martin Luther King got credit for a lot of people's work. Not saying that he wasn't instrumental, but when people put in a lot of work like that, yo, yeah, they gonna feel some type of way. When you show up, when the cameras get there and the main speech goes to you and the national credit is given to you. I mean, it's come on, we talking about real people, yo.
I mean, because he's the voice.
Well, that's what you're saying. Like,
I mean, it's
easy to say that shit now.
But I'm saying, even because I just recently watched Thurgood Marshall, Thurgood Marshall,
the movie. Yeah, it's a good movie.
The NCAA would send him around place too like that. You know what I'm saying, to go deal with these big cases and shit like that. Like that was his role. You know what I'm saying? To be, you know what I'm saying, to be that cog when black people needed to be there. But of course he wanted those big cases. You know what I'm saying? Because that's the chance to put the movement on the map, to put the face of injustice on a map and on a big stage. So whenever you get that moment, you want the biggest megaphone you got. And at the time, King was that megaphone. But that still don't deny the work that he was putting in himself, though.
But when people call Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson and them out for the same shit nowadays.
Ain't the same shit.
Oh, so now it ain't the same. That's the wild part.
Nah, Sean talked about organization and training niggas in certain areas for those resistance movement like that.
Ain't no local leader gonna get you more media coverage than Al Sharpton right now.
They say goddamn Al will come around there for a little while, do his thing. That nigga gone. He ain't sticking around.
If we about to put on a march, if we about to put on a march, think about it. Follow me here, y'all. We about to put on a march. All right, we done organized everything. That don't mean that national media got to show up. You know what's going to make the national media show up? When Martin Luther King say, I'm coming to the rally. Yeah? Because the media follows him. You see what I'm saying? Now, these people been marching for 2 months without Dr. Martin Luther King and everything. They done brought their local town to its knees. They didn't stop business. They didn't took time out their lives. Some of them done lost their fucking jobs. And they doing all of this, right? And then Martin Luther King show up and then he get all of the credit for it.
And you think that all that stuff is done down there without them contacting Martin Luther King, without him knowing, being in the loop, or his people's going down there too to interact and be a buffer. You think
George Floyd get choked out, Al Sharpton show up.
Oh my God.
We can't get yo.
All right, so I did this like 2 years ago on the Mossy Warrior Clan. It's called a Highlander Folk School. If you look up that folk school, that's pretty much the institution that I was just describing. I had to go look back up the name of it.
You just dropped it in the back chat?
Yeah. So it's a little presentation. It's not long. I think the little thing was like 20 minutes. So in that 20 minutes, I basically, kind of covered a little bit to show people how they was organizing and how they were building and orchestrating themselves to a degree. Now, when they needed supplies and things of that nature, they had to, communicate. But I feel what Sheffrin's saying, because you got these people, but everybody at this time, they actually had a role. And since he was the voice, you know what I mean? He was the loudest person in the room. I can see some people being a little bit jealous, like local leaders being a little bit jealous of that. But they did organize. They organized to the extreme, and they sent people to these schools to learn. And, they would come from different places that was really central, like a centralized place to learn. They, like, literally, this was crazy how they organized it. And people don't really talk about, like, look at history. We look back at history. We talk about them organizing, but we don't talk about these motherfuckers setting up institutions to organize and strategize. And they even had help from, sometimes they would get help from certain political figures, man. It was crazy.
And we don't know about Bayard Rustin either.
Nah, you don't know about Bayard Rustin. You don't know about Bayard Rustin.
A lot of people don't know about Bayard and what he did.
What he did?
He organized the March on Washington.
What else he do?
And then he had to get excommunicated because what's my boy's name? Adam Clayton Powell had called and told somebody that he told Dr. King, if you don't stop associating with Bayard Rustin, I'm gonna lie and say y'all two had an affair or something. And it kind of messed him up for a long time. It was pretty messed up.
Well, hold on, what you say happened?
Yeah, I'm like, y'all let that.
You just threw me right there.
Just fuck me up with that one.
I couldn't catch that.
Run that all the way back, Lionel. All that.
All right. I got this from a documentary about Bayard Rustin. But basically, Bayard Rustin, he was the one who had organized the March on Washington. And Adam Clayton Powell had winded up. He didn't like Bayard Rustin and stuff. And so he had, this is what I can remember, he had basically called Dr. King and told him that if you don't stop associating with Bayard Rustin, I will tell somebody that you and him had an affair. And Bayard Rustin.
Wait a minute. Now
I'm being serious.
Did I just hear some gay shit?
I'm being completely honest.
Hold on, who you said they said had an affair?
No. I said that Adam Clayton Powell had called Dr. King and said that if you do not stop associating with Bayard Rustin, I'm going to tell somebody that you and Bayard had an affair. He was lying about that.
Or with women.
Sleeping with each other, or they were cheating on their wives?
Adam Clayton Powell was going to lie and said they had an affair with each other.
Yo.
Yeah. This some new shit, bro. I ain't heard that shit before.
Hey, yo. So you said, was Adam Clayton Powell telling the truth?
I ain't.
No, I didn't. No. What? No. I'm saying that's like what, that's kind of like one of the reasons why we, don't really hear about him, because, number one, he's gay and stuff. And so
who gay?
Bayard was.
So Martin Luther King was gay too?
No, I'm not saying any of that. What I said was
Adam Clayton Powell was gonna make up a lie.
Yes, he was gonna make up a lie.
Oh,
yes.
You saying it was a lie? Okay.
Yes. I guess I should have I should have said that more clearly. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, I never even heard of that part. You fucked me with that anyway. I ain't even heard niggas gonna make up a lie.
It's real sad.
Yeah, you just fucked me up with that one.
I'm gonna put
that was crazy.
When I find the documentary, because it's really good. When I find a documentary, I'll shoot that to Aunt, because I follow him on Facebook.
So Adam Clayton Powell.
Niggas is source up on that shit, goddamn.
Adam Clayton Powell was going to tell the world that Martin Luther King was sleeping with another man if he ain't stopped associating politically with the man.
Yes, sir.
And Martin Luther King agreed to it.
Yes, sir.
A whole nother reason why I don't fuck with Martin Luther King. You know what I'm saying?
Are you saying because at that time, because old boy was openly gay and he was known that he was gay? Like, you got to give me some more context. Like, you got me fucked up right now.
Well, he was openly gay and people did know about it.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Nelson Mandela over Dr. King at this point.
Nah.
He just killed y'all, Dr. King.
He was
right
gonna lie
there,
on
y'all.
that man. He was gonna lie on nigga. That's how Martin Luther King was so hard, nigga. Like, look, I'll cut that nigga off for you lie on me. No,
Yeah, I ain't taking no wood, Doug.
You ain't playing no game with me like that, nigga. I'll quit fucking with this nigga. I ain't even play like that, my nigga. Like, yeah, bro. We know about Martin Luther King with the, with the women. Feel me?
Y'all making all this up, man. Y'all.
Yeah, we know about the old boy recorded them, right?
I think this is the documentary is called
recorded them with the
Brother
Outsider. Huh?
No, he's right. He was
the documentary is called Brother
March,
Outsider.
and he was a homosexual. He's not making up stuff. That's right.
Yeah.
No,
I never
that Bayard Rustin was the homosexual, right?
Yeah, he was.
Right. All right, cool. But now he's saying that Martin Luther King got Bayard Rustin thrown out of the March on Washington because Adam Clayton Powell told him, if you keep fucking with Joe, if you know what I mean, then I'm gonna say that y'all had a homosexual affair. Or what the fuck?
Yeah, this is all in the documentary Brother Outsider.
Documentary brothers.
Yep.
So now I got to question Adam Clayton Powell, and I got to question MLK.
Nah, because it said Rustin was, I'm reading it now, like Rustin was a gay man. Due to criticism over his sexuality, he usually acted as an influential advisor behind the scenes of civil rights leaders. In the 1980s, he became a public advocate on behalf of gay causes. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, yeah. Yeah, but he probably had a problem with him. He probably was like, yo, dude gay. If you know what I'm saying, you can't be rocking gay dude, can't be, you know what I mean, seen hanging out with no gay dude, nigga. If you don't stop hanging with this nigga, I'm gonna start a lie.
Well, I'm not familiar with that story there. So I'm not gonna tell you, it happened or didn't happen. What I will say is this. A lot of people are aware that Adam Clayton Powell did a lot of things and felt a little slighted because of the things that he had a lot of hand in a lot of things with civil rights. So he felt a little bit slighted because MLK, got most of the notoriety.
The recognition for the shit that he was putting, getting bills passed.
It's
oh my God.
It's plausible. I'm not gonna say that it happened or not, but it's plausible.
Damn, yo, just messing.
Hey, I think if Bayard Rustin put in some work though. You busy.
This is
he was a harsh critique. He always criticized the Black Panther Party.
Hey man, the homosexual don't get enough. The gay community don't get enough credit for the civil rights community. They was there, bro. They was there. That's right. Behind the scenes and shit. Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I know what that. I still take MLK now. I mean, but
nah, he didn't mess me up with the MLK all the way.
Man, I'm sorry. I killed the discussion.
Yeah,
I didn't know you was gonna do that.
Like,
no, we're not saying it's true. I'm saying,
yeah, watch the documentary Brother Outsider. It tells you about it. It shocked me.
Do he got sources in there? Like in the description?
No, I don't even know.
What?
You talking?
You said it's a documentary, right?
Yeah, it's a documentary, Brother Outsider.
Do you got sources in it?
Did the documentary have sources in it?
Yeah.
I have not seen that in years when it was on Netflix. But if you watch it, it's in there.
It's on Netflix?
Well, it was on Netflix years ago. That's how I saw it.
And
what is it called again?
Brother Outsider.
Brother Outsider. I don't even think I'm ready to watch no shit like that.
Netflix normally keep these little. Yeah, that was 2003. You know, Netflix normally keep like a little Black History section, shit, African American shit.
Yo, Shepard.
Yo.
It's 90 minutes long.
It's 90 minutes.
Mm-hmm. They got a PBS link right here, yo.
Brother Outsider?
Yeah. Brother Outsider. PBS link. I'm gonna put in the back chat.
All right.
Hey,
that should be a good one. Go ahead.
So somebody had said in the YouTube chat that you look like a new age Tariq with that scarf on.
I'm definitely a Baltimore Taliban.
Oh my lord! they go cut the stream off.
Definitely
representing the Baltimore Talibans.
Mark Ruth does not have sources, none. Like,
that documentary don't have no source. I heard Adam Clayton Powell was a wild boy though.
I ain't never heard too much about Clayton Powell.
I heard he was a wild boy.
Yeah.
I always thought he was white. I ain't.
You know, when he hit the scene, you know, everybody, he was being referred to as a coon.
As a what?
Right.
He claimed he was African American, but he
was mixed, I think.
He always looked like thought he was a white man.
He looked like Clark Gable.
And then his kids, like,
yeah, that nigga white. Then I'm motherfucker.
Yeah, he look no different.
That nigga white, bro. Yeah, hey, but you know, back there, boy, damn, you know, back there they be having the Negroes who be looking so white, but you be like, they'll show you African American, you be like, what? No, Jesus,
that ain't no African American.
I know.
People used to think, what's her name? Diana Ross family members was white for a while.
Shit, he could pass like a mug.
What you mean? Diana Ross had kids by a white man.
No,
so is that what you're talking about?
No, like people in her. I was doing like some quick little research on her and like where she lived at back in the day. People used to think that like her family was like white and stuff. Like during childhood
in Detroit.
Yeah. Like that. I guess people got confused by like that.
Hey, man, you be watching some weird shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Damn, no, you cut me off with that damn MLK shit.
Hey, he just fucked me up with Diane Ross. Now you talking about Diane Ross like that. God damn, he ain't holding no punches tonight.
Oh my God.
You trying to kill the whole African American movement.
Right, keep going.
Hey, okay, y'all want me to keep going for real?
Keep going.
Have y'all read the Malcolm X Manning Marable book?
Oh man, you're not finna do the gay thing with Malcolm back there.
I'm just being real.
Go ahead, tell us about it.
I ain't gonna play the gay thing with Malcolm back there.
Basically, look, y'all.
He ain't got no source for that shit, man.
Back in the day, it's alleged that when Malcolm was on the street, that you know, he was doing a bit of everything.
Yeah,
and so I mean, look, you know, Malcolm was on drugs.
Nigga, source up, nigga. There's a lot of niggas drugs don't goddamn suck a dick, nigga. You tripping.
I mean, I'm just saying that's what made me get the I got like the first.
Can't disagree. The nigga was on drugs, the homosexual. He was on drugs like that. You know
I mean, I'm just saying, like, that's what the Man in Marable book has said. It was pretty interesting. Like,
I mean, be interesting.
Just like, you know, knowing about a different, you know, side of the person, you know, before they, you know, woke up.
Shit made up.
Hey, let me ask you something. Let me ask you something.
Made up shit.
Let me ask you something.
No different side, bro. That's fucking.
No. I gotta ask him something though, bro. Do you watch queer TV or something like that?
No.
Okay.
thinking like that. This should add a little spice to it. Like, hell no, they don't goddamn spice, nigga. That's
Yeah. He didn't claim Martin Luther. Somebody that said Martin Luther King was gay. Now Malcolm X gay. Like, who next?
Everybody gay.
Diane Ross' family was white. What? God damn.
That's it.
This is crazy.
Yeah, man. You know, look, I feel like if Malcolm was that way and running around them streets, bro, out there like he was, it would have been known. Like that would have been widespread.
Yeah, somebody would have been came out with that.
Oh man, constantly doing his run.
If he came home from jail, right, people would have been like, "Yo, that's that dude that was out here tricking."
Yeah,
like, come on now.
He would have went in with that reputation.
Yeah, this whole and everybody on the street. It was people that knew him when he came back on the scene, and that wasn't his rap, right? That. You know what I mean? So
yeah, man, he tripping. Yeah, I ain't tripping with that. Bro. Yeah, he was too well known, and there ain't no way no niggas gonna be standing behind him and
like,
letting him
you
lead.
The faggy.
Letting him lead. Yeah,
the white man, the devil, but you was just out here backing that thing up for him.
Yeah.
Before you was a
he tripping, bro. Come on, man.
Now they the devil, but you was just out here backing that thing up for him.
Brendan said,
I don't know about the Bayard Rustin shit, but the Malcolm X shit, I'm dismissing that as pure garbage, yo. Like,
hey, Chef, anything that could be presented with evidence could be dismissed without evidence, bro.
hey, Brendan said, Adrian is one allegation away from being called an agent.
Oh, Lord.
Hey, that's a scar in this community, boy. That shit there's a scar, boy.
Hey, definitely about to be an agent. You taking down all of the great heroes.
Agent provocateur. Yeah.
He put gay on them, though.
You gotta put the whole civil rights movement in the LGBT. Shit. He tripping, bro.
That is hilarious.
So like y'all don't take the Manning Marable book by Malcolm seriously, because I mean I've read that before, so it's like
I never read it. I heard about that allegation, but matter of fact, I'm gonna pull that up.
I read that. You know, my thing was the autobiography of Malcolm X. That shit had me on my goddamn turn up.
In a bow tie.
Hell yeah, boy. I was like, shit. That shit motivated nigga, you know what I'm saying? Cause I had like study hall in the library. And it happened to have that book in it. And I was hooked, nigga, reading that shit. I was locked in.
What's it called?
Life and Reinvention.
Yeah, Lana, but he was too well known, bro. Like, Detroit Red, what Detroit Red? What do you call that? What his nickname was? What was his nickname?
Yeah, Detroit Red, I think.
Yeah, some shit like that. Man, that nigga was popular, bro.
Yeah, even in that book, they said that Malcolm that he made up a lot of his criminal past and stuff too. But I really, you know.
He made up his criminal past.
Like he embellished it. Like he like that whole thing about him like palming the bullet with the Russian roulette stuff. Yeah, like.
Well, he made that up.
Yeah, I mean, a record is his record. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, if you out there doing street shit, especially back then, like, you know what I mean? Like niggas will know, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like you go back to the neighborhood where you was doing all the shit at, bro. Like niggas know, bro. Like
what you say it was called again?
A Life and Reinvention. Manning Marable.
Adrian, don't make no more recommendations. You're over your limit.
I'm on my limit now. Oh man.
Pure blasted Michael Jordan next.
What? Oh, terrible.
Cause I don't know what you gonna say next, bro. We gotta tone this shit down.
Hey, but we gotta, we gotta get them sources too, Adrian. Shit, this good nigga say it. They gotta, you know what I mean? Motherfucker gotta have something to back that shit up. Up for just hearsay.
All right, I'm gonna read this description. All right, this from the New York Times. Of the great figures in the 20th century, American history, perhaps none is more complex and controversial than Malcolm X. Constantly rewriting his own story, he became a criminal, a minister, a leader, and an icon, all before being fled by assassins' bullets at the age of 39. Through his tireless work and countless speeches, he empowered hundreds of thousands of Black Americans to create better lives and stronger communities while establishing the template for the self-actualized, independent African-American man. In death, he became a broad symbol of both resistance and reconciliation for millions around the world. Where's the gay part? Hold on. Manny Marable's new biography of Malcolm is a stunning achievement filled with new information, and shocking revelations that go beyond the autobiography. Malcolm X unfolds a sweeping story of race and class in America, from the rise of Marcus Garvey and the Ku Klux Klan to the struggles of the civil rights movement in the 50s and 60s, reaching into Malcolm's troubled youth and traces a path from his parents' activism through his own engagement in the Nation of Islam, charting his astronomical rise in the world of Black nationalism and culminating in the never before told true story of his assassination. Malcolm X will stand as the definitive work on one of the most singular forces for social change, capturing and revelatory clarity, a man who constantly strove in the great American tradition to remake himself anew. Got some pretty good reviews on here.
Yeah, I'm looking at the reviews. Yeah, they said critics contended that the focus on marble discussion of Malcolm's potential same-sex relationship about it's about like a little three sentences in this little 492 book.
So I don't think I want to spend $25 for 3 sentences.
Same-sex relationship with a white businessman.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I can't even, I won't even, I've heard about it a while ago. I wouldn't even, I didn't even ask for the title. You know what I'm saying? Like for real, like, nah. Yeah, like shit.
All right, I'm gonna put this in my to buy list. I'm gonna think about it.
You can get it on PDF. That's how I downloaded it.
Yeah, I guess they're probably in PDF drive.
I'm gonna think about that. I ain't sure if I want. Hey, CK, can you find that book for me so I don't have to pay for it?
Just look it up on PDF. Like I did.
It's called Malcolm X: A Life of Reinvention.
Hold on.
Narrated. Oh no, that's the.
I wonder what sources did he use to validate the same-sex relationship?
You said Malcolm X: A Life of what?
Reinvention. You know, holla at CK.
The author.
Manning Marable. That's Manning. Manning. Last name Marable. Marable. Y'all holla at CK. Go into the the Discord server. She got mad books in there. Y'all can download, get y'all read on. She a beast with that. Yeah. But this been a show right here tonight. We done definitely had madness tonight. Everybody got any closing statements?
Nah, man.
We can start with you, Adrian.
What'd you say, sir?
Closing statements.
I just want to say shout out to the pseudo killers. Thank you for giving me a voice as always. I really enjoyed myself. I laughed. I'm sorry I changed the vibe. I'm really sorry about that. I didn't know I was gonna have an impact tonight, but just thank you all very much. I really enjoyed myself.
We appreciate you too, young brother. Go ahead, Pete.
Oh man, it was a good show, man. Covered a lot of things, covered a lot of ground. Hopefully it's create a platform to bridge some gaps between us and everybody across the pond, and because I know it's people over there that's hearing this as well. So hopefully people understand that there's actually some sincerity among all people to try to come together under that one flag. Even though we're gonna always have some differences, we should be able to use a level of respect and some understanding so we can come together when we have to.
That's a fact.
Yeah, I found it.
Yeah, go ahead and say. So tonight we learned slavery wasn't a choice. MLK over Mandela. The reason Africans hate us is because of what we did in the 60s and 70s. You know what I'm saying? Like, African American culture ain't shit. Like, boy, we covered a lot of ground tonight. You know what I'm saying? It was really Monday Night Madness, man. Shit, man. I enjoyed it, man. It's always fun, man.
Oh yeah, CK.
Oh, y'all know what it is. Pseudo killers on deck. Appreciate everybody coming through. Make sure y'all join the Pseudo Killer Discord server. Got books up in there, science articles, videos. You know what I mean? We could chop it up. It's awesome. Conversation was very interesting, very questionable folks, but that's what makes the show interesting. On that note, appreciate y'all coming through. Make sure y'all like and share.
That's a fact. And I say, definitely was a fun show. The whole day, starting off with Unc show with his recap of his conversation with Dr. Phil Valentine on viruses and vaccines. That was good. Then we came over here to Monday Night Madness, and we had a very lively discussion with different people with different perspectives, and the slavery being a choice was the one that I really wanted to tackle. I don't think that we really ironed it out completely because people started to change their stances. But we heard what you said. You tried to clean it up at the end, but you was definitely saying slavery was a choice, and I truly don't believe that your status, right, inside of a society, is a damn choice. Like, that's just crazy. But peace, everybody. We back tomorrow. Gonna try to bring y'all the show, and we'll holler at y'all later. Pseudo killers.
Peace.
Hey, you want me to drop this book right now for you?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
Oh shit! I looked it up on my phone. Actually, hold on. I could just jump in the Zoom twice, can I?
You still in? Yeah. P, if you want this book, when she drop it in the back chat, you can grab it too.
Yeah, because technically it's a pirate site. So
no, I'm not.
Mind let me in?
I got about.
Nah, it's a safe one.
I haven't even got to.
Nah, it's a safe one. It's fine. I use it all the time. That's where I get like 90% of my books from.
what is it that
yeah, the BOOK. I think they changed the name of it, but you can still get to the site from there. It's BOK
org
cc.org or z-lib.org. But I use ePDF as well. It's just harder to find the book on there. But the problem with that site that I just dropped is that you can only download 5 books a day unless you make an account. And I'm too lazy to be doing that. And even if you do make an account, I think you can only do like 5 more.
Oh, wow.
And it's not that serious.
All right, y'all be easy. I'm out of here.
Oh, did you want me to drop? Oh, we're still live?
No, we ain't live no more.
No.
Well, I'm gonna drop it in the YouTube.
Oh no, the YouTube down. All right, I got it. Appreciate it. All right, CK.
All right, peace.
All right.